bring up the Twitch.
Yeah, I'll share it in some of my servers real fast.
All right.
Whoever's up and awake.
All right. Test this. All right.
I love the title, by the way. Stream titles are always so hard for me.
He's really cool.
I'm so glad. Originally, he was the only guy I was writing for, so I took that as like a huge like plus. Now I'm writing for one other guy, but still, he was my original. He was my main. So
I just realized, you know how we were talking about One Piece earlier? I think one of the
yes,
reasons I'm attracted to him is because maybe, like, reminds me a little bit of Zoro.
yeah, he gives that, and which is funny because Zoro's not even like my favorite guy. Like that goes to Law, like Trafalgar Law. That is my man. Okay, so like I don't know, but he definitely gives it for sure. I don't know what he was based off of for me. Definitely, he's just a pirate. So I mean, just in general, like he gets
Mhm.
One Piece vibes, but I don't know. Actually, he might be based off of like. Do you remember those like mobile dating sim games? There was like a ninja one, and they all had the mask that he has on now, and I think that's what it was mainly based off of.
Hmm.
But hey, oh, let's not do that.
Not that one. Uh, oh, God, that's why. I'm like clicking things. I'm like, why is it not switching? And I'm like, I'm not even on the right tab.
Oh man, I feel you.
Oh, hello. I'm Box Cat,
Hello.
and this is Joy.
Hi. Hi, it's me.
She is the creator of the game we're playing today, Rectifier and Bloom, along with a couple other games we've played in the past, such as Lord Lies, and I believe there was one other of yours that I played or that you like were part of. Like, well, you've been part of a lot of
Uh,
things, so I probably played like at least
yeah.
3 or 4 other games where you were part of.
Yeah, I'm kind of around, unfortunately, everywhere.
But yes, so we are doing a video chat for the interview. Can I be heard? Oh, it was on mute. That's why I couldn't hear anything.
Don't worry, man. We will get it together. It does not matter. It does not have to be perfect. It just needs to be done.
Oh, wait.
I
Actually, no,
say as I
that's
check
not
if
the
my finger's even
reason. That's not the reason. Oh, the whole reason is because I had the wrong phone. I had Twitch up on the wrong phone.
on.
This is the one that's connected to the earbuds, not this
Oh,
one.
it's okay. It's okay. I would have done worse.
Right, let's mute that. Move the questions over here. Like I said, Scuff Cat.
Oh, so that's actually a cute nickname, though. Ate with that one.
All right, there we go. That's right. All right. So, to start off with, tell me a little bit about yourself.
Well, I'm Joy. Hi. I'm 25. I'm she, her. I'm a mostly writer. I see myself mostly as a writer, but I've obviously become more of a game dev. I'm a creative director almost primarily. meaning I'm in charge of pretty much every single part of all my games, and I'm the reason why they exist in the first place, like the ideas. I usually work with big teams of people, usually ranging anywhere from like 5 to 15 people, artists, writers. I do casting, directing. I tend to write all my scripts. I think this is the first game where I wrote with other people, so outside of just working with other teams, but in my own games. Uh, and yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I like to do just random things involving anything involving romance. I love to do and write, so I just like to create in general. There's that.
Mm. That's good. uh, this isn't on the question list, but like, if you know, how many games have you participated in?
Oh gosh, okay. Well, I used to do contract writing before I became a creative director and started working on my own projects. So technically I did like 3 or 4 before then. Only one has seen the light of day, but because of issues, I don't want to disclose what those games are. But so in total I probably worked on 10 games. Maybe more if you count like proofreading, which I tend not to because it's like I just helped out, but I wasn't really in part of the creative process. But if it's involved in just writing or casting, directing, or like has a big hand in it, then it's probably like 10 to 12, I'd say.
Mm.
Plus, I help my friends with their games from time to time, but nothing like huge.
But that's still quite a lot.
Yeah, it is. And I love it. It's really fun helping other people with their games, but I tend to just really stick to my own 90% of the time. Had I not worked so hard on my long games, I probably could have helped more people. Maybe. I don't know. Hopefully.
Well, let me start with the first question. What inspired this game's creation?
Oh gosh, what didn't? I'm trying to really go back. I think the main thing was those mobile dating sim games that I used to love as a kid. They were specifically like Shall We Date games, I think they were called, and they had like an absurd amount of love interest. We're talking like 10 to 15, not even counting DLCs, not even counting anything else. And I just love those sprawling big adventure stories and also just like falling in love via dating sim while also enjoying a fantasy story. I think those two when put together, nothing better. I mentioned One Piece in the past was a huge inspiration for it, but mainly in terms of like how the story plays out and how close all the characters are. Um, so I guess it's just shonen anime and dating sims in general are probably, especially those old time Otome games, were the ones that really uh, pushed me over the edge with it. But Rectifier is kind of a weird combination of just uh, a random idea I had one time and then just like making it a reality. It kind of came together very quickly, and then it has become something entirely different just based off of working with other people. That's the quickest way I know how to sum it up. It's kind of weird because I didn't have like a solid idea. It wasn't like I woke up one morning and then had this entire idea for it. It was just kind of I knew I wanted to make a dating sim, and then as I started developing it, it became its own thing, and then as I showed it to other people, it became more of its own thing. So it is way different from how I imagined it to begin with, but also entirely the same, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I feel like that's actually pretty normal. Like having
Yeah.
it develops over time and
No, I don't think you're wrong
changes
at
from
all. Yeah.
what it originally was, at least in some form.
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely better. I'll say that. Not that that's a surprise, but
Second question. Uh, do you have a favorite character from your game or character design?
it's like picking your favorite child. But I do have a favorite. And I think it's a surprise to a lot of people, considering it's one, not one of the characters I write for, which is Guru and Percy. And it's like the guy that I tend to forget about when I like tell the cast to other people. It's Emil. He's the green one with like the shark teeth. He's like the kind of dirty, stinky one. He's my favorite for a variety of reasons. He's just very important to the plot overall. And he's just the kind of guy that I really gel to. I don't know. There's something about I just want to fix him. He feels like a little stray possum that I gotta like pick up and take home and hug. In terms of character design, I designed them all. Um, and then Giselle, who's my sprite artist, she just did an incredible job really bringing them to life. So it's like, God, all of them kind of really pop off. But if I had to pick a favorite, I guess it would be Prayer because he came together so seamlessly. And he's just like very striking. Like the second you see him, you're like, wow, whoa, he's got so much going on, and he's very detailed. And he's just also like my type in terms of like physicality, I guess. So that's what I would say probably.
That's cool. I think
Gosh, it's so hard. They're so all good.
I can imagine.
I
They're all
love
your
them all, I
babies.
swear I do.
And they're all very attractive in their own ways.
That's very sweet. Even Emil with his stinky ass.
Because even the thinky one.
Yeah.
Start to finish, how long do you think it took you to make the game? I know you're not done yet, but like from where you started to where you are.
Well, it's also a funny thing too. Okay, so I'm sure you're aware, most people are aware that Rectifier and Bloom is a side game. It's actually not the main game. And it was kind of a bold choice to decide to make a side game before the main game because like who the fuck are these people even? But the main game was going to require so much time and effort and like getting it all right basically the first time, and we were scared that it was going to push more people away because of the amount of world building and so on and so forth. We know what people are here for. They're here for the hot guys, all right? Show us the hot guys. Just throw them right in. So it took about a year from the start of when I came up with the idea to like starting to work on it from March of 2023 all the way to now. And up until about January, I was like, of 2024, I was like, we're going to work on the main game. We're going to release a demo for Atomic Jam. That's what we're going to do. It was going to be like the first couple chapters, maybe the common route. And then there you go. And then people would just have to wait for the routes to come out. But then I was like, I don't know if I'm in love with that idea because I just feel like we have to get it right the perfect time the first time. And I just, it was a little intimidating for me. So I was like, let's work on the side game instead. And we had a couple months before Atomic Jam started, I think in May. So we were able to get it all put together in like a couple months from that point, and it's only taking a couple more months. So in total, it probably only took about 4 or 5 months to get it all done. Maybe 6 months to just get it fully done, which is really good considering 6 months for a full game with 7 routes almost sounds impossible, but I think because it's so much smaller than what we were originally going to do, it was like, oh, easy peasy. And plus these routes got to be a little bit more free in that they didn't have to be tied to the main lore, didn't have to make perfect sense entirely. So I don't know. It was a risky move, but I think we did it for the best. Now for the main game, it's probably going to take years and probably upwards to 5, I would say, just for it to be a good, polished final product, close to what we all are envisioning. So it could take 10. Regardless, no matter how long it takes, I think this project is worth taking that amount of time, and it took me a long time to feel comfortable with that idea, but I think that's what we're going to shoot for, is taking more time with it and getting these routes out in the best way, and hopefully In Bloom can kind of keep everybody like satisfied until that day eventually comes. But we'll still be working on it, I promise.
So may I ask, now that we know that, will these characters be in the main game?
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is just like a taste of what you can get in the main game,
So like an introductory kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. It's basically throwing you in the deep end, if that makes sense. Like, it just kind of giving you a taste of what you can expect from the main game, but the main game's going to be introducing way more, and it's going to have actually introducing you to the characters, like meeting them from the start. In this game, you kind of just already know them, and things, like I said, you're just thrown in and you kind of just have to figure it out. But it apparently isn't too confusing from players, which is great. That was a big concern, is that we're just kind of throwing you in, and it's everybody's like, oh, okay, but who's this and what's this? You kind of just get it by nature of it being a game, very in media res. But I'm so glad that we did it because it means we have a completed game to show for it as well.
Yeah. I actually kind of like that idea because you said it's going to be a big game with lots of world building, which that can be confusing to a lot of people and a little much. So if you have
And
a
that's
game
boring.
previously that kind of like allows them to dip their toes in, it may become like a little more like it'd be easier for them to like embrace it, the main game when it comes out.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. At least that's my thought process with it. It was like I was worried I was going to bore people. They just wanted to meet the guys and get to know them, and they weren't really going to have that chance to do that in a demo. So I'm glad that we did it, and I'm glad that people think it's a good idea. Hopefully, it becomes more of a thing. Because unfortunately, demos of common routes for dating sims aren't really all that fun personally for me. So
And
I mean that with all the niceness in the world.
we actually just had a raid from uh I don't Isla? I'm sorry. I forget how to say your name. But yes, her and her viewers are visiting by. So hello and welcome in.
Hello,
One of these
your
days you'll
name's
have to
very
correct me on
pretty.
how to say your name. But yes, we are doing an interview here with Joy or Meant to Be Studios for the game we're playing
Whatever,
today.
whatever sounds best for you.
Which Joy is actually such a cute name.
Thank you so much. I love it too. It's also just easy for people to pronounce, unlike my real name, which is just like a lot. And I won't disclose it here, but basically Joy was the better choice. And it is still technically my name.
So, the next question is, if the game is still in development, do you currently have a goal for a finish date? We did kind of sort of touch on that, but I guess you kind of
Yeah,
answered it.
okay.
It's kind of just whenever it happens, it happens.
Well, I think without shooting myself in the foot for future Joy, I'll say that we have speculated about just um, releasing like chapters or like acts at a time, meaning that you get the first couple chapters of each route at the same time, all at once, basically. So if I release, let's say there's 20 chapters for every single guy, then I would release 1 to 3 for every single guy as the first initial release, and then just keep doing that over and over and over again until the entirety of every route is complete. Does that make sense? I would love to do that. I think that would be the best way to do it without people having to wait for their favorite guy. And rather, it's kind of like a TV show where you're just getting like season by season, so to speak. That's what we've been talking about and hoping that we can do that. We would also like to do like a Kickstarter and maybe a Patreon and things like that so that people can get early access. And if they're interested, they get, it's all new to me because I've never done a Kickstarter, I've never done a Patreon, I've never even taken any commercial revenue for my games before, so it's all kind of new ground and it's a little scary to talk about. But it's all stuff that I believe Rectifier needs and is more than capable of achieving. So I would love to try it at least once. So that if I had to give it a release date of what that would be, I would shoot for sometime in 2026. That would be ideal because for the rest of this year, I just want to plan and get outlines together. 2025, I want to start writing and getting with my, getting the team really solid and locked in. And then 2026 is when we would try to like get it in game and then out to the public and see what would work. So that's what I would say, which is not really a bad timeline, but I also plan to get married in 2026. So,
Oh.
it's I wouldn't want it to sit forever, and I wouldn't want people who are really interested in the project to have to wait that long. But it is a big game, and I can't not
You can't rush
like I
things.
can't not pretend it's not, if that makes sense.
Yes, that makes sense. Also, congratulations on
Oh, thank you. I've been engaged for like pretty much my entire relationship. We've been together for 6 years. We've been engaged for 4 of those years, and I was supposed to be married this year, but COVID and
Yeah.
finances and all that pushed it back. But yeah, it's exciting, but I just got a lot. But I want the game out just as much, I think, as other people, if not more. So it's definitely something we are all working very hard to make happen.
Well, let's see. My next question. Oh wait, yes. Oh, was there ever a moment when you just wanted to scrap the game and give up?
yes. And I would be lying if I said no. Um, Not technically Rectifier as a whole, but definitely in Bloom. Mainly because of nothing that had to do with teams, nothing that had to do with the story itself, but because me, myself, Joy is, or was very burnt out. I'm still kind of going, or like getting out of burnout, which I haven't really gone into a lot of burnout in my career, if you can call it that, but in my time in the space. And it's like hitting me like a truck right now, and it's why I want to take a break after Rectifier and Bloom, and I will be taking a break. But basically, as I was getting it out, I'm a little fed up and I'm just really tired. It has nothing to do with the project, and I feel really bad that like it has to deal with it, if that makes sense. But I'm doing better now. I'm having a little bit more fun, and the game's almost done, so
Mm-hmm.
I'm staying strong, getting it out. Hopefully by the before August 1st is my goal. So hopefully as long as I can do that, I'll feel better. But yeah, I've definitely wanted to scrap the game a couple of times. But any game with current joy would have gone through a similar thing, so it wasn't really Rectifier's problem. And that's a saving grace. It wasn't like, oh, this is all trash. I knew this was gonna be trash, now I gotta throw it away. Luckily, it wasn't that.
Oh, I feel like that's actually quite a normal thing, at least the way I see it, because games are they're very lengthy, very time consuming, right? And
Yeah, even with a shorter one like this, it's so mentally draining. And on it, the worst part is it came off the back of Lord of Lies, and any game that would have came off the back of Lord of Lies was gonna suffer from this because Lord of Lies took so much out of me because I pumped it out so quickly and it was so big. And so whatever game I worked on after that was just like draining me of all life that Lord of Lies didn't take. So it again, not Rectifier and Bloom's fault, just
you've just
Joy's
kind of
fault
been
for
going,
not
going, going, going,
pacing
going.
myself. Yeah, because I'm always like, I just want to get another game out. I just want to get another game out, and I can because I'm a quick writer, and because with each game, I feel like I get more efficient and like, I don't know, I get better at just putting things out. But unfortunately, my mental health suffers as a result of it. But hey, whatever, live and learn. Just won't do it again. That's the only thing I could do.
Next question. Do you have a favorite scene, line, background, or CG from the game?
Oh gosh. I probably have one of each. Favorite scene is one in Styles' route involving Greer. I won't say the particular because I don't want to spoil it, but there's like a really funny dynamic that Greer has with some of the NPCs in that game. And in Styles' route, it's really shown about how much of a goofball he is. And when I read that scene originally, I was just like, gosh, this game's incredible. Like, I just knew that it was like, that I picked the right writer for Styles specifically, and who's my co-creative director, by the way, which I have on this project, which I'm very thankful for, and shout out to Alex. But Alex just did an incredible job, and that scene makes me very happy every time I reread it. Favorite line is probably one that I just wrote for Persis, but I don't want to say what it is. It's so absurd. It's such a ridiculous line that shows up at the very beginning of his route that the second somebody reads it, you're gonna know that it's the line I'm referring to because it's just so stupid. So there's that one, but there's also so many banger lines in Leor's route specifically that Keeney wrote, because Keeney just has like this witty banter that goes so quick. And Leor's just so funny and quick-witted like her, so I don't know. I guess just all his lines was just cheating, but it's kind of true. You're gonna see he just eats. Favorite background is probably any of the celestial backgrounds, like the ones I have here, which are like the angelic, otherworldly, very pretty, heavenly backgrounds. Those are the ones that really speak to me. They're like my biggest inspiration for this project, and the ones that I used to show the logo designer, like how I wanted the aesthetic to look, basically. And then Fiji's are, I think I have one, probably Glyphs, because he's just so cute. He's just so cute. I can't get enough of him. And Glyph is just such a fun-looking character that in every iteration that he's in, he's my favorite. Just looking at him makes me happy. I think that was everything. So I do have favorites.
Well, as you know, my favorite is thy visual, Greer. He's the one we're playing
It makes me
today,
happy
so...
every time. No, he's a sweetie. I think you're gonna love him a lot. I hope so. If you like characters who are like flirty and badass and mysterious, but also kind of goofballs with a heart of gold, I think you're really gonna dig him because he kind of covers all those bases. He's also not so like not so subtly based off of my most recent crush, who's Johnny Cage from the Mortal Kombat series, specifically the most recent Mortal Kombat that came out. And he just like consumes my entire brain. Like I spent the latter half of last year just watching Johnny Cage edits, and he's currently like my Discord banner. So I'm just so in love with that archetype of character who's like he's so cocky and like full of himself, but he's also just a good guy. You know, he's just like funny and cracking jokes. And he does it. He's like no one takes him really that seriously. I don't know. He's just goofy. I think Drew's a little bit more grounded than Johnny Cage is. Like he's a little bit smarter and he's a little bit like people take him more seriously. But overall, there's a lot of overlap between the two of them. So not so subtly. I don't know.
Now your Discord banner makes a lot more sense.
Yeah,
I did notice that when we first
love
started.
that.
I'm like, huh? Oh, okay.
That is my husband. I have a shirt of him. Like I just love him so much. He's also me.
Let's see. Favorite character roots. Do you have a favorite one?
Uh, Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Well, part of it is it's hard to answer because Meals and Wrens are like still in the process, and I'm about to read them like in the next day or so. So like they could really go crazy, and I like know I've read up on some of them. So like I know what it's going to be about, but I haven't really experienced it. And then some are already in the game. So
How about
I
so
want to
far in the
say
game? So far in the game, which one is your favorite?
probably Styles. Styles has just like it's the most like the main game that it's gonna be if that makes sense. Like his is not so slice of life, it's very plot heavy, which you'll see. It's also one of the longer routes, so it has a little bit more going for it, like has more time to kind of win over your heart. And I just think it's like it's just an incredible story just by itself. Like it almost feels like its own game separate from Styles' route, but like they're all good. And not to toot my own horn, but I think Percy's is really good so far too because I kind of took a page out of Alex's book and I tried to make Percy's route a lot more plot heavy, and I'm in the process of writing it currently, and it's just like I don't know, it's a wind in my heart. It's really good. And Percy's just one of the more fun characters as well, so it's probably a tie between those two right now. Sorry to everybody. It's not true. I love you all in your own ways. Again, picking like between my favorite children.
It's difficult.
Yeah.
um, is there anything you wish you did differently?
Uh, Surprisingly, not that much. I think we did like we kind of really did great with what we had. I think the only thing I would do different is just give us all more time. I would give us all like a month or two more because I think we're all kind of scrambling. Even though unfortunately a lot of my team, like me, works best under pressure, and like as the deadline gets closer, we all get faster. We all get like way more efficient. So I think a lot of us would have just wasted just as much time maybe, but I mean, I don't know. Everything is usually better with more time, so I think that's the only thing I would change. Everything else is kind of great. Oh, and I would get a programmer instead of me doing it. That's the main thing I would change. More time and a programmer instead of me doing it. But
You heard
whatever,
that?
it's fine.
Programmers out there? Meant to be Studios is
Yes,
looking.
I'm looking, and I might actually pay as well. So hit me up.
Um, is there anything you can tell us about what we can look forward to in the full version?
Um, I guess in well, you'll be able to meet the main villain, or the main antagonist, I would say more so, who you do not meet in Rectifier and Bloom at all. I've like shown her a couple times on Twitter and stuff, but I don't want to disclose too much about her because she's very interesting. She's something that you get from the main game. Also, characters from Lord of Lies and like more important NPCs basically show up in the main game. Uh, and I think those are like the two main things that are going to be like really exciting. And getting to meet the boys like for the first time outside of just already knowing them, like figuring out like what the main story is and how it relates to everything. I don't want to like spoil too much about what the main story is quite yet because we're still in the outlining process, but basically you're supposed to be stopping another like world war from happening.
Mm.
So like you have to assemble your allies and take on the bad guy and prevent like the world from imploding on itself, and it's really exciting. It's like big, grandiose. Everything's more epic and just bigger. Whereas In Bloom is just very like zoomed in, and everything's just the day to day. But that's all still going on in the background, basically.
Oh, that's cool. That sounds like it's going to be really fun.
I hope so. I think it's going to be from what we've talked about. So, and luckily, In Bloom gave us all like ideas for what we wanted to do for the main game as well. Like anytime we couldn't do something for In Bloom, we were like, hey, let's just roll that over and let's do it for the main game because that sounds awesome. So, and I'm really excited about it, especially tying it back into Lord of Lies a little bit more is going to be really exciting for me, and will justify its existence a little bit.
um, my next question for you is for anyone wanting to get into game deving, where would you recommend they start? And do you have any warnings of hardships they may face?
Oh gosh. Okay, I think I've said it once before, but I think the best thing that you could do, if you think you want to do something, you should do it like as soon as possible. You should give yourself the opportunity to get enough time to gain experience and to learn and to fail, because there's going to be a lot of failure. There's going to be a lot of you want to want it more than anybody. You need to be your game's biggest fan, meaning if it doesn't get the attention that you think it deserves or people aren't paying attention to it, you're still happy with it because it's what you wanted and you enjoyed it. Like, you need to enjoy it. You need to be its biggest fan. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to justify the amount of hours put into it or not getting money off of it or not getting attention. And it might get those things, but it'll be even better if you already love it, you know?
Mhm.
Like, it's one thing if you only love it if it's successful or if it's good for you. You need to love it at its worst, at its best, and enjoy it. Like, you're doing it for fun. If you're a person who's creative, you do it because you love it. And if you're not doing it, you're doing it for the wrong reasons. Like, that's just kind of it. And also give yourself breaks because you're going to need them. And a good friend once told me, they said, if you don't take a break, your body's going to take a break for you, and it's going to be a lot less convenient and not at the time that you want it. So there's pretty much the big ones. Everything else you kind of just have to figure out for yourself. The creative process is individual. What works for me will not work for other people. So, but the one thing that all creators share is their love for creating. So let that be your guide. Yeah,
Hmm. That sounds like good advice.
I hope so.
It
It's
does,
worked
because
for me so far.
if you don't love something you're creating, it's not gonna come out in a way you're gonna be happy about.
Absolutely not. And one saving, like for instance, Lord of Lies is probably my worst performing game, but it's one of the games I'm the most proud of because of the amount of effort and like how much I improved and how much the story just means to me personally, and that has like made it okay. So even though it's not as successful as I feel like it should be sometimes, it doesn't matter because it ultimately is something that I'm glad exists and is in the world. Whereas if I hated Lord of Lies and that it also performed horribly, then it would basically be a waste of time because nobody's enjoying it. Nobody played it is enjoying it. I didn't enjoy it. And also, if you don't enjoy it, it's going to show through the project. People can pick up on that. They could tell that you were miserable. They could tell that you don't care about what you're saying. So you might as well just care. You might as well just have fun with it because ultimately you're hurting yourself and your project in the process.
Mhm.
So.
Well, as I said before, if it's counts any, I actually loved Lord of Lies.
You know what? It does. It counts. It's just one person loving it made all of it worth it. It really did. And I'm super thankful for it. And it was really fun watching it on the stream. So hell, you know, I'm very grateful.
um, kind of similar. Uh, how did you get into game deving? Like, how'd that happen?
I think I hinted at it once before, but I basically was writing fan fiction for a long time because I always knew that I wanted to write, but I didn't know how I wanted to write. And then I started writing books, and I hated writing books, but I wrote a book and when I was 19, and I had to rewrite it, but I didn't want to rewrite it in a book form. So I was like, well, let's make a game. Let's make it into a game. Let me just remake the entire thing and make it an RPG Maker because I learned about RPG Maker and it seemed simple enough that even I could learn it. So I tried and I was pretty successful. And so I started looking for free resources online. And there's a forum called Lemonsoft Forum where a lot of people gather and they ask for help and stuff. And there was a lot of people making visual novels, and I had played visual novels, but I wasn't aware that people were making them. Something about that just kind of blew my mind. So people were asking for writers, and I was like, hey, I should try that. And then I did. So I was doing contract writing for a while. I was being paid to write for visual novels that were supposed to like get successful Kickstarters and stuff. A lot of them kind of fell through, which is why I ended up just making my own, and I've been here ever since. And I've learned a lot in that process. But it was basically like I kind of stumbled into it by accident. But I was already making games, or at least trying to. So yeah, I don't know. It was great. I kind of just learned by proxy of just wanting to just keep doing things and wanting to create. And then I found myself in a seat that I never thought I would find myself in. I never thought I would be a game dev. I never thought that I would make games because it just seemed too difficult. It didn't like writing a book is much easier. I used to think writing a book was like impossible, and now I'm like, oh, I could do that. I could do that next week. Like, I don't know. It's just once you put yourself out there, you learn. I don't know.
It's like you come quite a long way. I'm sure
Yeah.
young Joy is like, is that really me?
Oh no, young Joy would be in awe, like which is something I'm very proud of. I think she would genuinely be like, "Wow, okay, you popped off, okay, great." Like I think she would be really proud because I mean, not without sounding sad, but young Joy didn't have a lot of self-esteem, so I think she would have thought she wasn't smart enough or too lazy to do it or something. But yeah, it's not true. Like when she wants something, she gets it, no doubt about it, and I'm proud of her.
Hmm, that is something to be proud of. You come a long way.
Hopefully we can keep going. Hopefully it doesn't end here. No, even if it did, I think I'd be really happy. I'm very proud of what I've been able to do in the last couple of years.
Um, is there a genre or theme you would like to explore in your games in the future?
Yes, there is. There's a couple. Well, for me, my only criteria for writing something is it has to be romance. I really don't enjoy writing anything that doesn't have a romance, at least subplot in it. Like, it has to be romance. To me, romance makes the world go round. I'm a hopeless romantic through and through. I'm full of love. So, but I want to do horror. Horror is so fascinating to me because it's a genre that I don't engage into often because I'm very anxiety ridden and I'm scared of it. So like, but I love horror, and there's so many horror franchises I grew up with, and I have enjoyed horror in many different aspects. It's just kind of like it fascinates me. I don't know, and I also think it's like one of the hardest genres to write for. Also that in suspense and thrillers. I think those would also be very difficult. But I would love to because I love mystery stories like Ace Attorney and Danganronpa and stuff like that, and then like just mystery not visual novels, but just novels. But mystery is so hard to write. It's like the hardest genre ever because you have to make sure you're not having any plot holes. But there are two genres I would love to do and learn how to do well, and also incorporate romance into it, which would I think add an extra challenge to it. So those are things I would love to do. Probably one day I will. But I kind of just stick to the genres I'm the most comfortable with right now, because I feel like I'm still growing, and once I kind of level up, then I feel like I'll be more confident to do that.
Mhm.
And I really don't do things unless I feel like I can do it, if that makes sense. Like I might
Mhm.
be proven wrong, but I need to at least believe I can.
Well, I would love to see you incorporate the horror genre into one of your games one of these days.
Me too.
I feel like you
I
could
try
do
to make
it.
Weird Lies like dark, but I really don't feel like I succeeded that much. I think there are parts that are dark or grim, but they don't really go hard enough. I feel like I don't delve in it enough for my liking. I feel like I failed in that particular instance, but hell, you just gotta keep trying. The only way to get better is to keep going. I think Percy's route has some like kind of not like just darker themes. It's like darker in general. So maybe I'll nail it a little bit. Maybe I'll get close. Maybe it'll convince me I can do it. Here's to hoping. Let's see.
Would
If I
you?
fail, none of this was true, and I lied. That's just joking.
You're the queen of lies, then.
I'm the Lord of Lies. That's a joke on my stream. I do all the time. Anybody like lies? I'm like, he's the Lord of Lies. It's so funny. It's so stupid.
I'm kind of wondering, like, would you ever think of doing like yandere?
Yeah, absolutely, because Percy is. So yes,
Because
we're
yeah, I know
definitely doing
Percy's
that.
kind of like he's kind of bordering on yandere, so I'm like, that would be a good way to dip your toe into like horror genre.
Yeah, that's true. And I'm a Yandere. That's my favorite. 100. Like they could be fun. I've enjoyed some good Yandere content, but it's not like something I'm like 100% in love with. But hell, you know what? I lie. I say that, but I played Our Wonderland and Gidget with one of my favorite characters, and they're technically a yandere, so forget everything I said. Actually, it's wonderful. I'm 100% doing it. It just has to be done right. I guess that's just what it is. Like just like anything, it just has to be written well, and then I'll eat it up. Yum yum yum. Uh, so yes, I probably would like to do more yandere. Plus, all my friends love yandere, so gotta appeal to the girlies. What can I say?
um, I think I already know the answer to this, but do you have any current plans or ideas for another game?
Yes, too
Oh,
many, I would say. Uh, and they're all kind of just like on a back burner somewhere. I think I do a good job being able to focus on one thing at a time and not like get too caught up in my future ideas because there's a time and a place. And it's kind of a motivator when you're working on your current project where you're like, well, you won't be able to work on this next thing if you don't finish this thing. And that has really helped me get through a lot of stuff. So there are, but there are also some story ideas that I have that I think would work better as novels rather than visual novels. Some that would be better as comics than visual novels, better than as RPGs than visual novels. I definitely have another RPG idea I would love to do in the future, mainly because Lord of Lies taught me a lot, and I think with another chance I'd be able to do a lot of things better. Because I learned so much, and I have so many hours in RPG Maker, it would be like a shame if I never touched it again. But it's going to be a while before I touch it because I still need some time. I still need to recover from Lord of Lies, but it's definitely yeah. I've got like thousands, but hopefully I'll be able to get as many of them done as I would like to. But that's kind of why I want to go back into novel writing for a little bit and see if that works better for me because I think I can pump out ideas a little bit quicker. Making a game takes a lot of time, whereas writing like a draft for a novel would take half the time, if not a quarter of that time, in the way that I write. So, we'll see.
I am curious. What was that experience using RPG Maker like compared to visual novel creation?
Worse in every way. No, no, no. It's like for RPG Maker, it's interesting because I feel like if you try to do anything outside of just making the most traditional Final Fantasy game ever, you're gonna struggle. Like you're gonna have to find plugins. You're gonna have to hire people to do like in order to bend it to your whim, it just takes so much effort and time, and it can be very frustrating. And there's so many like stupid little errors you can make that just like are a game bug now, or can like disrupt something that took you so long to put together. So it can be very annoying, but it taught me to be a lot more observant and like patient, and also just like now I know how to use a lot of keyboard shortcuts, which is something I didn't really utilize that much beforehand. So I feel like it taught me some things, but ultimately working on visual novels is better because I don't use RenPy, and that's what most people do. I don't know how to use RenPy, so I usually have to hire a programmer or bring a programmer onto my team who can do all these way more interesting things than I can, and it doesn't stress me out. So like it's usually better to work on visual novels because it's a lot more stress free. I get to just do the things that I like to do, which is mainly just writing and voice acting and character design. And then I never really have to touch the more annoying parts of the deving process. So I don't know. But I do like RPG Maker, and it is satisfying to just like make your own game and have your own game, but at what cost? like, uh,
I get that. I can only imagine how many times you've like you said, worked on something for a long time only to find a bug.
Yeah. It was horrible. I've had to update Lord of Lies so many times too, and at some point I just had to be like, I don't care anymore. I don't care. I'm tired. I'm tired. But it's fine. It's just part of it. I understand. I think what the worst problem of it is that I just again didn't have enough time. So had I had another month to like properly playtest, or have other people playtest for me, it probably wouldn't have been so bad or so buggy. But once you work on a game for 3 months, you're sick and tired of it. You don't want to play it anymore. You're done. You've been through it. It's almost nauseating. So like you just want a break. And unfortunately, playtesting is so much harder when you just don't want to even engage with the game anymore. So I think that was the biggest problem. And I did a lot of it solo, and I didn't want to bring on other people because then I would have to rely on other people, and it was just a lot. So I've learned if I make another RPG, it'll definitely take a year and be half the size. I think it'll be better just by merit of that. So that's what I'm kind of gunning for.
Hmm. Um, in the writing process, where do you have the most difficulties with?
Um, I'm trying to go back. Probably okay. When it comes to like settings, like building settings, that's kind of difficult for me. It's really hard for me to describe like how the scene looks all the time and make it interesting and engaging and somehow relevant to what's going on. That's usually difficult. Action scenes are impossible for me. I hate writing fight scenes. God, kill me now. Like, there's just nothing fun about that at all. Part of the reason that was fun making Lord of Lies was I didn't have to rewrite those fight scenes. You got to just play them, so it was a lot easier and obviously more engaging and more fun. So it was kind of like a nice workaround. But the worst part of like making a story for me sometimes is ending it. Like trying to figure out how to make a very satisfying conclusion to a story can be my biggest obstacle. Starting stories is really not a problem. I can start stories every day, every day of the week. And even middles aren't too bad either. Because it's especially in romance because you're just building up a romance, but trying to pay it off and make it really satisfying for everybody and tying that bow and trying to tie all your loose ends can be very difficult for me. And I don't know why. I think with Lord of Lies, I did a really good job. I'm very proud of that ending. But not all my games. I feel like sometimes it just kind of ends because I didn't know how else to end it. It's like, okay, well, it's over. I said everything I needed to say. And I think some people just have these incredible endings that are just like, wow, you know. I sometimes I don't really have that, but I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
You learn, you
I
learn.
my new like outlining process is just to figure out where we start, figure out where we end before I ever like go any further. Basically, I need to know where we're going before I can start, and I think that's been helping.
Hmm. I have
With the
heard.
setting stuff,
Oh, go ahead.
luckily with visual novels, you don't really have to do that much. You get to kind of just well, you see it, you see the background. I don't need to describe it. There you go. You know.
Hmm.
So what I'm saying is, if you have problems in your writing process, just work around them entirely. Don't even engage with them. Don't even get better. I'm just joking. That's not what I mean. But hey, it helped in the future. I still have to end up doing those things anyway, but you know, it's not my favorite part of the writing process by any means. Everything else is pretty cool though.
I don't do a lot of writing, but I have heard that a lot of people write the starts and the ending before they fill in the middle.
Yeah, I'm sure actually a lot of people do that. Personally, I can't write out of chronological
Hmm.
order. I have to write from start to finish. I have to engage with the story as at the same time that it's happening.
I wouldn't know where to end if
I've
I
heard
tried to do
plenty
it
of
that way.
yeah, there's no way I can't. I maybe one day I'll try it, but for me it's just not natural or intuitive. So I try not to like fight that instinct. But I've heard people are like, "Oh yeah, I wrote chapter 5 and then I wrote the scene in chapter 7." And it's like, "Wait, whoa, whoa, what?" I can't do it. I can't do it. Which basically means that your story technically gets better as it goes on because you start kind of shitty and then you get better. So I think ultimately it's okay, but I cannot write out of order. That is an insane Frankenstein beast to me. But hey, power to people who can.
um, where do you get your inspiration for your games? You kind of touched on this a little bit, but
Yeah, from everything. Like I love consuming media, so like a TV show, a movie I like, an art piece I like, anything. Inspiration can be found everywhere. But my main piece of inspiration is 1000% music. Music is one of my favorite. Like it music is wonderful because I make playlists for all my games. Every single game that I've ever made, I have a huge Spotify playlist that I use while I was writing, before I was writing, while I was brainstorming, while I was outlining. Usually tied to scenes, tied to characters, tied to just moods. You know, like they're all really just like so like music's super important to me, and it's also great for when you get into writer's blocks. I usually just turn on my playlist again, and it helps me like tune back in with the world and is able to connect with emotion like immediately. Sometimes it can make it hard to write like a sad scene, but if you put on a sad song, now you're sad, so it's easier to write the sad scene. Or if you put on a song that makes you feel more confident or angry, it's easier just to tune in with those emotions. And so like I don't know. It's usually just the best thing for me, and a lot of my story ideas are based off of songs or just like artists that I like, or just like sounds that I like. I don't know, certain genres and things. So
So
the
you say
Rectifier playlist is one of my longest playlists, and it's like 100+ songs currently, and I continually add to it. So
so you'd say you get inspiration for scenes from like lyrics of songs you listen to? Mm-hmm.
absolutely, absolutely. Lord of Lies is guilty of that so bad. Because when I was really figuring out Lord of Lies, like its outline and stuff, there were just so many moments that finally clicked after I would listen to a song. I was like, wait, I could just do that. Holy shit. You know, or like an emotional like arc, or I don't know, just like certain characters, I would just get their feeling based off of a song. I would just understand them all of a sudden based off of just my interpretation of certain lyrics. And I don't know, it's kind of a beautiful thing. But music also just like makes me excited about my stuff. Like it makes me excited about my games. Like every time I listen to the Crabs and Cocktails one, I'm just transported back to when I was writing it. I'm transported back to certain scenes and original ideas that I had. Like it's like a time capsule. It's wonderful. It's like how you listen to a song in a moment of your life that's like really great, and you're able to almost re-experience it again because of that song. I don't know. It's wonderful. Music is it's one of the best mediums in the world to me. So it just like it's great. I love it.
That's cool. Yeah. I feel like it's pretty easy to get inspiration from music because there's so many different kind of songs, so many different kinds of melodies that can inspire different feelings and like emotions
Mm-hmm.
to.
Oh yeah, and I'm a sensitive bitch, so you show me a song, I'm gonna start feeling stuff.
um, when you get stressed, do you have a particular method of relaxing?
Yeah, I'm not very good at it, but usually my first thing that I do, which isn't really relaxing, whenever I get stressed or have high anxiety, my like immediate thing to do is to start cleaning or doing just housework. In my mind, being productive or seeing like or being in a better environment puts me at ease because it's like, okay, my life's falling apart in my head, right? But at least my room's clean. At least my dishes are done. At least my laundry smells good. You know, at least I smell good, you know, whatever it is. I try to do something productive, and it's also a little mindless. I get to kind of just fall into a natural rhythm. You know, everyone knows how to sweep, everybody knows how to wash a dish, you know, so I don't have to think too hard about it, and I'm not stressed on top of that. Um, but if that doesn't work, or let's say I did that and I'm still stressed, then my next thing to do is just unwind with snacks in my bedroom watching YouTube. Just watch YouTube analysis or TikToks or something. Like I have to just scroll or just watch like a really long video or take a nap, you know,
Hmm.
if I can. Basically just that. Nothing too crazy. Basically the best thing you can do when you get stressed, especially with your creative work, is just take a big step back. Tell yourself, I'm not touching this again until tomorrow. Like I'm just done. Like I think a lot of people are scared to like step away from the thing because then they feel like they'll never come back to it. But it's like, no, come back to it. Just keep coming back to it, and then eventually, like for instance, I'm in the middle of a scene yesterday that was a pain in the ass for me, and I was like, there's no way this is getting done. So I just went did something else, and then I came back and I was able to do it. It's just your brain
Hmm.
sometimes doesn't work, so you kind of have to unjam it or make it do something else, and then it'll be better at the thing you were trying to get it to do. I don't know. That's what works for me. A lot of writers, I feel like they don't get stuff done because they don't just force themselves a little bit. Like, unfortunately, with writing, you kind of have to force yourself. Like, it's not going to be 100% fun and easy to do all the time. You kind of just have to painfully type until it starts working again. Like I don't know if that makes sense.
I kind of get that.
Yeah.
I, Unfortunately, I'm the type that like I'm the forcing type. I'm not good
Yeah,
at
that's
taking
me. That's how I
breaks.
get stuff
I'm
done.
not good at taking
Because for me,
breaks.
work is always miserable, right? Like I hate going to work, but the worst part sometimes is just starting. Like once you do it, then you're in it. It's like when you don't want to take a shower because you're too tired, but once you get in the shower, you're like, "Oh, this is great. I should have done this earlier," and then you don't want to get out. I feel like that's how it is with creative stuff. It's like sometimes it just sucks to start, but then once you're in it, then it's good, and then you're like, oh well, why was I so stressed about getting in it in the first place? It's like, no, it's fine, and
Hmm.
then you feel better afterward because you were productive in the thing you wanted to be productive in. So, and it doesn't always work, but it works more often when you force yourself to.
Hmm. Hmm. Um, Kind of similar. Are you the type of person that paces themselves when creating a game, or are you the type that pushes out as much as you can?
I think you know the answer to this already. But I'm definitely the push it out as soon as you can. I do not pace myself at all. I am like a well oiled machine. I set deadlines for myself. I plan projects 10 months ahead. I'm always one step somewhere else. Like I'm always in the next day, basically. I am never here in the present moment sometimes. And though it's something I do like about myself because it allows me to get a lot of stuff done, it is something that I'm trying to not change, but definitely like make alterations to because I think I need to pace myself better because it's not conducive to being productive as much as I want to be productive and can end up harming myself. I became a little bit of a workaholic in that time where it was just like everything, every second, every moment is this thing, and I have to work on this thing. And if I'm not working on this thing, I feel guilty and horrible. And that's not healthy.
Mhm.
And that's not why you get into creating in the first place. But yeah, unfortunately, I'm the let's go, let's go, let's go. No stop. Don't stop until it's done. And even when it's done, now it's on to the next thing. Like, and it's just because I enjoy it. I'm very passionate, but it also kind of delves into intensity
Mhm.
sometimes. So, oh well, we're working on it.
um, is there a particular game of yours that you're most proud of?
God, uh, all of them. But no, no, no. I have a legitimate answer. Um, it's tied between It's tied between three, and I know it's cheating, but hear me out, hear me out. So I have five games. Cassie and Crabs and Cocktails are not on that list. I like them, they're great, but I'm not proud of them. If I die, I don't want to be remembered for them. Let's just put it that way. Um, Tattoos and Toast is my first game, and it's the one that means the most to me. It has the most joy DNA in it, basically. It was everything that I wanted, and it was my first, so it'll always hold a special place in my heart. So I'm super proud of it, and also for a first game, it like is so great, and it shouldn't be as good as it is for a first game, and I just like I really feel like I ate with it. But then Lord of Lies, obviously, I'm very proud of for just myself. Like I feel like I powered up a lot. The game was really good, and even though I was stressed and working full time and this and that, and it was only 3 months, like I brag about it all the time because it was just like so incredible that I was able to pull it off. I would go amiss, but I think ultimately Rectifier is the thing I'm the most proud of because I was able to do it in a way that's a lot healthier than Lord of Lies. It's better because it's not just me; it's other people working on it with me, and I just have all the experience to back it up. It's my most recent, and I feel like I've learned so much, and it's just better. Like the stories are better, the characters are better, and it's probably the one that I want to be known for. If like let's say, God forbid, I wasn't here tomorrow. That's the thing that I want people to remember me by. And maybe tattoos and toys, but ultimately Rectifier speaks the most. It's like the perfect game. It was constructed for me. It's the game that I've always wanted to exist, so it means a lot. And hopefully in the future I can make even more dating sims because dating sims are really fun to make.
Well, you're making me even more excited to play it, so.
Hopefully it lives up to the hype, my hype. It's okay. I love it enough. And that's the best part. Like even if people didn't like it, I'm like, you know what? Just not for you. It still goes crazy. And I can't really say that about Lord of Lies or other games that I have. So I guess Rectifier really is the thing I'm the most proud of.
And eventually it's going to become even bigger, so you'll be even more proud of it.
Yeah, exactly. More time to love it.
You kind of answered this previously. I forget if it was on stream or off stream. But when it comes to VNs, do you have any preferences?
Uh, hmm. Not really. I guess if I had a preference, it would be just queer stories. I tend to enjoy That's why I only play queer visual novels on my Twitch page, like when I stream. Um, I just there's something about a queer romance that like it just adds so much more for me. Nothing against otome romances or straight romances by any means. Because a good love story is a good love story no matter who it involves. But because I'm a queer creator and because queer stories like are just so rarely told, I guess it just feels even better to really dive into them. And I always feel like they have so much like heart behind them, like because usually the person who wrote it, it's like based off of their own experiences being queer, and that always shows through. There's just something so authentic and genuine about it. When it comes to genres, not really. As long as there's romance, and even then, I've enjoyed visual novels that have no romance in them. I can enjoy media that has no romance in it. I just can't write media without romance in it. So, um, but especially when it comes to visual novels, I actually really do like mystery for visual novels because it's just like so fun to engage with it in that way, and then also it's a good story at the same time, and I feel like it's the perfect marriage between the two. Um, Romance is great just for dating sims, but dating sims specifically because dating sims are like the only like there's not a dating sim in any other media. You know what I mean? You can't date multiple people in like in a TV show or a book quite yet or anything like that. So not to my knowledge. So I think dating sims alone are probably my preference. Like I love to play a dating sim if I'm gonna sit down and play a romance visual novel. If not, it's gonna be like something mystery oriented. But those are probably my preferences. Hopefully that answered it.
Yeah, that answers it. I think I'm somewhat similar. Like, I like the romance and the mystery because with mystery, I like trying to figure out the mystery. I like the
Yeah.
deduction part of it. With romance novels, just, romance in itself. Just the
Mhm.
story, the
It's just engaging.
relationships.
It's just like I'm in it. I'm in it with them. I'm just as interested. I want to know what's going on. I want to kiss this boy. Like so, by proxy of it, I'm just in it. So no, I completely understand. I completely agree. Even though I try to figure out mysteries in like Ace Attorney and shit, and like I'm stupid as fuck. I can't figure that out. I'm horrible at puzzle games. I'm horrible at figuring stuff out. I just want to see how it all goes down. To me, it feels like this is a weird comparison, but it kind of feels like gossip. Like when you're listening to somebody like talk shit about somebody else, and you're just like it's just like they did what? They killed who? Like it just feels like you're in on something you shouldn't be a part of. Like it's really fun. I don't know. But I guess that's just why I like it. It's part of it.
For me, it's I like mysteries because I like trying to figure them out because I pretty much grew up on like Law and Order and CSI.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, like I like true crime, but I can't enjoy true crime in the same way I can enjoy like a mystery visual novel. Because true crime's so serious and it's like haunting and sad most of the time. And to me, I hate when they like glorify it or anything. But I do enjoy true crime. I do enjoy like understanding the complexities of like the human mind and stuff, which is why I probably like horror because it's like I do like to dive into that more like ooh taboo like and you can do more things with horror that you can't really do in any other genre. So I do like horror media, and I wish I wasn't so skittish with it because it's one of my favorite genres because it's able to do so many things. But it's hard for me. It's so mentally draining. But Our Wonderland's my favorite indie visual novel, like in the space that I've experienced so far, and it's horror and romance, and the way they were able to pull off both, and that they kind of help each other. It's like brilliant, brilliant. It's so good. And it's also kind of a mystery too. It has mystery in it.
Hmm.
I think every story's a mystery if it has plot twists and things, but whatever. Bygones be bygones. Plot twists are actually my favorite thing to write in stories. So like, that's why I would love to write a mystery because it's just plot twist after plot twist. Like, that's my favorite part watching people experience my stories. Of like, I'm like, ooh, how are they gonna react to this thing? I need to know. Like, and that would be so much more fun if I wrote a mystery. But
I think you'd be good
Whatever.
at
It's
that.
hard.
I'm so horrible at plot twists. So if you, and like you said, plot twists are uh, a necessary part of a mystery story. So
Absolutely, and foreshadowing and all that, which I think I'm actually really good at. So I think I would be good at it. I think the hard part is like making the mystery satisfying, like ending it, making it like worth all the trouble to get through, and then also people not finding it. It's just difficult. But hey,
one
one day.
day.
If anything, this conversation is convincing me more and more that I have to try.
And if you don't, I'll keep bugging you about it because I want to see it.
Good, good. There you go. Keep me held accountable.
Um, what is your favorite and or least favorite part of game creation?
Okay. Favorite outside of writing, because that's too easy, but I guess my favorite really is casting directing. Like I've done it a couple times for my games, and I would love to do it for every game, but it can just be so time consuming. But I never thought I would be into voice acting or helping with that process. But there was something so fun about picking out voice actors, picking out the lines, getting them to re-record, like that. It's just being involved in that process, and then like the end product is so satisfying. Like it feels so good to have like a really well delivered line. And I've been told that some of the like my stories hit a lot harder because of the voice acting, and it's like that's wonderful, awesome. I'm able to make my stories hit the way that I want them to. With the help of other people, and that's always a great thing. That's probably one of my favorite about visual novel creation specifically, because you can't really do that with many other things. My least favorite is probably programming. The other thing might be making an itch page, making or marketing the game, just getting the game out, trying to get people to see the game, making a page that is like interesting to click on. I'm done. I'm done. I'm tired. I don't want to do it. You can't make me. Get me out of here. I hate it. I don't know. And I think most creators, because we're not marketers, we're not advertisement people. That's not what we signed up for. But we have to be our own advertisers. We have to be like, I don't know, just play my game, dude. I don't know why you think it would be good. Just try it. I don't know. Here you go. And then having to sum up like what my games are sometimes, I'm just like, I don't know, just play it. It's just tiring because you at this point you have done so much work just to get the game to exist. Now you have to get people to be interested in it, and they should just be interested in it because you worked so hard. But obviously they're not going to think that way. So yeah, that's probably the worst part about it. But hey, whatever.
Have you
It
tried
can't all be
making
fun.
have you tried making like little clips with your characters? Like
Yes, absolutely. I've made like memes. Like I think I've gotten better about it over time. But marketing's usually easier when you're excited about the project. So then it just feels like you're sharing snippets of it with people. And it would be easier too if I knew how to draw, or just like how to make art, because then I could just make like little comics and stuff, or little fan arts of like my characters kissing, and then people are like, hey, that looks kind of interesting. I don't know. But I'm not quite there yet. And my biggest reason for even wanting to learn art at one point was I want to be able to make my own promotional art. So, you know, thanks marketing. But hopefully, if I ever get to that point, it'll make it easier. Here's hoping.
let's see. Uh is there any place which you would like to improve?
Probably just writing. I know that sounds like the easiest one, and maybe just leading in general. I don't think I'm horrible at it, but you could always be better. But definitely with writing, I think that like I'm constantly exposed to other talented, like I have so many talented writer friends, and I read their stuff and I'm like, oh, I've got a long way to go. Like I'm not quite there yet. Like I'm happy with my writing. Like I'm satisfied with it. I think it accomplishes what it sets out to do, and I do think I get better over time. But I want to be just like I want people to see my writing and go, damn, oh god, that's so good. Like that's I think that's what every writer wants. Like very eloquent, very well put together. Sometimes I feel like I'm just like this thing happened and this thing. Like I think what makes my writing interesting is the dialogue, because I just like say funny things, or I say things that are like whoa, like. But I don't know if it's good in terms of like wow, I was really in that scene, I was so immersed. I really felt what this character was going through. I can really identify because I feel like a good writer is able to like super put you in the shoes of somebody else and to make you like hurt. Because at the end of the day, you're just experiencing words on a page. It shouldn't make you hurt inside. But I've experienced stories where I'm like, okay, I'm in pain. We are in pain now. I'm sad, and I want to be able to make people feel emotions very strongly. Not that that's a crazy thing, but that's what I want to get better at, and I think I am. But hopefully sooner rather than later.
Honestly, I just wanna learn how to write.
Hey, the best way to learn is to just do. In my experience, like I've never been professionally taught. I've never gone to a school for it. I've just done it for a very long time, and eventually you kind of just figure it out as you go. And I think sometimes the best way to learn it is just by reading other people's stuff, and by just doing. And those are the only two guaranteed ways to really get better in my head. But ultimately, everybody kind of knows how to do it. It's like singing. It's like everybody knows how to sing, just not everybody knows how to sing well. Everybody knows how to dance, just not dance well. But once you learn the tricks of the trade and like, then you get better. And then you find your own style and you find your own whatever. It's just a process. And the only way you're going to get better too is by enjoying it. And that's the most important. If you're going to do it, just make sure you're having fun with it. It's why, with art, I haven't gotten better yet because I haven't learned how to enjoy the art process yet. And once I do, then I'll be making art and then eventually I'll get better. I mean, that's kind of just it. But I hope you do too. We always need more writers in the world.
I just need to get myself in there and doing it.
Absolutely. I would just shoot for something kind of small.
Mhm.
Make like a one shot, make like a 5K short story or something, write a scene, just something that really speaks to you. And I don't know, if you like it, keep doing it. If not, try different things and hope you like it better. It's kind of a hard thing to like teach. I don't know. I just always kind of liked it.
You did mention you work with a lot of other game devs. This question is like, are there any particular game devs you admire? And
So many. Time for me to blow smoke off of all my friends' asses. No, no, no. The ones I admire like the most are probably Carrot, who made Our Wonderland. Like seriously, their creative process, how they write, themselves, how they market everything. Like they inspire me every day. Like they're an incredible creator. Cannot believe they exist. Like they're just that good. Also, just all my friends are super talented. It's insane that they're also just wonderful people too, but they're also like their stories are great. Snacky's one of my best friends. Like genuinely, just makes great games. Loved her games since the moment I even heard of it. Gray in the chat, incredible. Love Gray's games. Played them recently, and she's also just like a wonderful person. And it's crazy that you could just have both. Same thing with Snacks. Lacey as well. Artsy goes entirely crazy. They're just wonderful people. I know them personally, so it's just great. And I don't know, I can't say anything better about their games, but they inspire me daily. Chime, he also inspires me. He just like makes so many games so quickly and just gets better constantly. And he has a lot of the same drive I do, so we're kind of twins, so we understand our mindsets and how we create and stuff. And I'm glad to know him, and I'm glad that his games are so good too, because he was like one of my first supporters of my games when I started out, and
oh.
I don't know if I'd be here if it wasn't for him to a certain degree. Also Alex and my team members. There's so many talented people, so many, especially in this space. But those are like the most notable ones I got. Sorry if anybody. You're in my heart.
hmm I will say I've played a lot of games from those creators you've named, and
Yeah,
they do
as
make
you
really good
should.
games. They do make really good games.
Absolutely, and they're wonderful people. Let that be my endorsement. They're great.
When you are creating games, are there any games you like to play?
Yeah, I think I mentioned some before, but my favorite games to play are Dragon Age. That's my favorite like game series of all time. I love playing Diablo with my husband specifically. I used to play MOBAs, specifically Smite, for like a long time. Uh, what's one that I've been playing recently? I've been playing Darkest Dungeon a while. I kind of like mindless games where I can kind of just hit things.
Just button
I just like to
smash.
like hit. Yeah, button smash. I loved Wizard 101 and played Wizard 101 for like so long. I was like addicted almost, like it was insane. I wish I was joking, and I'm not. Those are like the main ones that I played. I played some Slay the Spire here and there. I like watching my husband play games that I would never play. Like I can never play shooter games, but I love like Red Dead Redemption 2. I love Last of Us. I love some of the GTA games. Like I don't know, he's played so many games that I get to just watch him. Half Life, another one. That I love the stories of those games, but I can never play them personally because I watch a lot of people play games, especially like streamers and stuff. Same with like Dark Souls. Like I know everything about Dark Souls, but I've never played it because it's a game I could never play. I'm just not good, and it would just stress me out. And I hate playing games to stress me out, so I don't do it. Also, Baldur's Gate 3. Really enjoy Baldur's Gate and Divinity Original Sin 2. I know a lot of games. I play a lot of games, but mainly only games I feel like I can play.
Yeah, this is a question I'm adding in, but you know how I was visiting family recently? I told them that
Yeah.
it's revealed now that I'm streaming to my family. So
Oh,
they previously didn't know. So, but their question upon my reveal of that is, uh, why do people like to watch other people play games? I guess it's kind of an older
I'll tell
generation
you.
thing, but can you give an answer to
Yes, it
that?
is. Because I've had to explain this to my mother and like other people in my life. Okay, for people like me, first of all, it's money saving because you don't have to buy each game. It's time saving because people who play games are usually better at those games, and then you're not spending all that time dying and reviving yourself and having to come back. Also, you can watch it on 2 times speed and then get through it a lot quicker, especially when you're at work as well. Like you could listen to people playing games and stuff while you're doing your job, and then it's just entertaining. Usually, it's also the personality of the person who's playing. Like, it's just fun watching somebody experience something you've also experienced, even if you have played the game. Like, it's like you're re experiencing it for the first time. And also, it just kind of feels like you're playing with a friend, you know? You're just enjoying something with somebody else. You get to have that lived experience. But those are like the biggest reasons why. Another example is when I was playing our Wonderland, like especially for horror games, a lot of people are scared to play horror games by themselves, and it'll give them like anxiety attacks and things like that. So it's usually better for them to watch other people play them because they can like hide and just listen to it, or they can like it can be edited so that the jump scare isn't there,
You can
or
turn the volume
like,
down.
yeah, all that
You
exactly,
don't
all
have to
that.
look.
So there's all kinds of reasons why watching games is a lot better than playing them, but those are like the biggest reasons, and pretty much all those apply to me. Like every single one. That's why I love, especially the time saving thing, because it's just like I just do not have the time to play all these games. It is so much easier just to watch somebody else play it real
Mhm.
fast, and then I
Especially
don't
because
have
there's
to
so many good games out there and you want to play them all, but you don't have the time to play them all. So,
don't have the
I
time,
mean,
don't
if this
have the
person's
money,
doing it,
don't have, might as well,
let them do
And I
it for
love the
me
sports
so I can,
and they're fun. They're exactly.
but I can also
It's just
experience
easy.
it.
It's kind of like why have somebody clean your house when you can clean your house because it just saves time. Like it's just better to have somebody else do it. I don't know. They did it better than I would have.
Well, I hope that answers that question for my
I
family.
hope so too. I hope they never ask it again after that.
Um, here we go. Do you have a game finished or in development that you would like to showcase or promote to viewers? And also feel free to
I
promote your
don't.
socials and existing Kickstarters.
Outside of Rectifier, that's pretty much it. Like, because once In Bloom is done, which I mean, stay tuned for In Bloom. If you like what you see today, the rest of the routes are coming out in the next coming couple weeks. So there's that. But also the full game will be made afterward, and hopefully it'll just be Rectifier all the time for me for a while and for Meant to Be Studios. So if that's not really your thing, then you might as well get going because that's what it's going to be for a while. And if you do a Kickstarter like we're thinking about doing, then yeah, that's something you can look forward to eventually. Hopefully, I accept all the support. Currently, Rectifier and Flume does take donations. I have a Kofi open, so if you ever want to support like the game itself, that's the best way to do it because all money is guaranteed to go right back into the project paying artists, paying, anybody to make the game even better than it already is. So there's that.
So you hear that? Go, give them some money that they're Ko-Fi.
But like, the economy's awful right now. I do not buy yourself bread first. If you have excess funds to give to your creators and you want to support them, that's wonderful and we appreciate you. But look out for yourself first. I do it for my own fun, and all my games are free for a reason. I'm not trying to prevent anybody from enjoying my games because they don't have enough money or whatever. So
But if you
just
do have extra
just know
money,
that.
just think about it.
Yeah,
Just consider
just think about it.
it.
Could be better than a coffee. I don't know. I don't know. Seven boys. Slam.
uh, On to some more of the less serious questions. Were you to meet any of the characters in real life? Which one would you like to meet?
Oh, from this game specifically?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, okay. Uh, who would I get along with the best? Who wouldn't be annoyed by me? Not Percy. No way. I would never be Percy in real life. I would kill him. Ren probably wouldn't like me very much. Thrash would be okay, but he'd probably be asleep. Um, so that who has leave? Glyph would be good, but Glyph would be a lot, even for me. Like Glyph would just be too hyper, and he would eat all my food, so I'd probably just like no. Um, Greer, bro, Greer wants nothing to do with me. I have no money. No, Greer would be okay, but I should be kind of scared of him too. He's a little intimidating. I feel like he would just be unimpressed the whole time. He's just like, okay, I'm sorry. So probably Leor. That leaves Leor. I think Leor would be the best person to meet. Leor is super friendly. Very flirty, and I think he'd just be down to chill or do anything. He can play music, that'd be fun. We could drink, we could just hang out, go to a party, have sex, who knows? Like Leor would just do it all. He's just a cool guy. So probably Leor out of the group, which isn't a bad answer. I like Leor plenty. I think he'd be really fun. He's basically like the group's like son. They love him.
If you got isekai'd into your own game, would you prefer to take the place of one of the characters or be an NPC? And would you mess with the plots?
I would be an NPC, 1000%. I would not want to take the place of any of my characters. No, no, no. That's their responsibility, not mine. But I would like to like be an innkeeper or like somebody who's kind of important or somebody they have to like save or help, so then that way I can hang out with them for a little bit. But then they also like me because I help them or whatever. And I probably would only interfere in the plot by like getting them to get together a little bit quicker. Like I would play matchmaker. I'd be like a little Cupid, and I'd be like, "Hey, that guy, I don't know, he's making eyes at you. I don't know,
That
like
would be
just trying
fun.
to." I always said that if I was like a goddess or something, like in Greek mythology, like I would want my power to be matchmaking and like making people fall in love. I just think that would be really fun for me. It's like creating my own romance stories in real life, and I'm making the world a better place. Filling it with love. I don't know. That's a lot more fun. But I think that's the only thing I would do.
I think that would be kind of fun.
It would. I mean, I'm kind of doing that too, just from behind the scenes.
Um, uh, do you have the same MBTI as any of the characters? Because in your Itch.io page, you do mention their MBTIs. So,
I do. I do. And I'm not proud of it. Okay, it might be hard to believe, but I share the same MBTI with Percy, which is ENFJ, which is the protagonist. And though I love my personality type, I hate that me and Percy have that much in common because I have gone on record saying Percy is my op. Like, I would go after him, I would kill him. He's annoying. But I get him. I'm also his writer, okay? But this man needs to be punched in the throat several times. And if I'm anything like him, then I'm sure that other people feel that way about me. And I don't know how to feel about that. Maybe it's okay. He's definitely a divisive person. People either adore him or they hate him. It's one of the two. And I have people who comment to me and they're like, who likes Percy? Who even likes this guy? He sucks. But then I have people who actively have only engaged with the game because he's a part of it. So I don't know. Maybe I'm also a divisive figure. Who knows? I guess a protagonist would be a divisive figure. I don't know. I'm not proud of it. When I did the test for everybody, and I didn't like plan ahead or anything, I just answered it in the character. And when I got his, I was like, all right, I'm giving up. I'm done. I can't do this anymore. It's a little sad. But the saving grace is that Lawrence also has the same MBTI as we do. So, and I love Lauren, so it still counts. It's still good, but it just sucks that Percy shares it in Rectifier. No, but it's all right. Whatever. It's life.
If there's at least there's one other, so.
Yeah, that's something.
Forget what my MBTI is. It's like I don't know. It's the what is it? It's either mediator or advocate.
Ooh, both good. Advocate, Emil is an advocate, and I love Emil. Uh, and then mediator is also good because my best friends are mediators, and I don't know if there's a rectifier character who's a mediator though. However, Charles and Lord of Lies is a mediator, so good personality type. Can't go wrong with either or.
Next question. You get stuck on a deserted island with one of the characters. Who is it?
I think I know exactly what I said. I have to check. I think this one I can't remember exactly what I said before, but I'm pretty sure I said Charles. Please say Charles. If you're smart, you would have said Charles. Because all my other characters would be useless. Because half of them are from like slice of life stories. They wouldn't do anything.
So you don't
Yes,
want to be on an
I
island
did.
with Percy?
Absolutely not. He would kill me for food. Probably. No, no, Charles absolutely. Okay, for multiple reasons. One, Charles is a hunter, so he would feed us. He would get us food. Second, he's asexual, so he would just want to be my friend. He wouldn't pressure me in anything. He'd just be like chill and cool and awesome, and we could just be best friends. Three, he's amazing with animals, and usually he's always with Bella, his dog. So, or whatever you name the dog in your particular route. So, then I have a dog companion. And if not, he's really good with animals, so he could befriend the animals on the island, and he's just really smart and intuitive and also just like a cool guy to be around. So he is the perfect answer for that question. I love Charles, and he's one of my favorite characters from Lord of Lies. So just being able to hang out with him would make me really happy.
He would be pretty cool. I like him.
Yeah, I think most of my characters are pretty cool, but they wouldn't be that useful on a deserted island.
Like if they can get me food and help us at least live, that's good enough.
Leor would be another good one because Leor can copy things. So if we did manage to find food, he could copy it for a long time, and we would have a lot of food and water to
Dang, that's
drink.
super
And
useful.
also, he's just a cool guy to hang out with, you know. And I wouldn't mind making out with Leor if it came down to that. We all got needs, all things happen. So probably one of those two. Seeing them together on an island would be crazy. They'd be so different. I don't know if they would even get along. Maybe after a long time they could be friends.
Should write a short story about them doing that.
I'm thinking about it. It would be fun. I mean, they're in the same universe, so it could work. Like even outside of just fan fiction.
um. Oh yes. On your game page, you mention you have the option to answer as three different personality types based on color: red, green, and blue. Which of those colors would you tend to answer as most?
For me, it's red. 99.9% of the time. Red is like the dominant, sassy, flirty, like very extroverted, very shonen protagonist type of character. He's There's something about red personality that like just really speaks to me. And also it's not a very common personality for female love and or like main characters. So I love a female character who could be a lot more dominant, a lot more like assertive and flirty and fun. And nothing against the blue personality, which is a lot more submissive and pulled back and stuff, which is kind of the entire opposite of the red personality. And green falls in this weird middle ground where they're kind of their own very specific thing. And I love green personality. It's probably my second favorite one, but red for me as joy, 100%. So my husband adores green. Green is his favorite, and I know a lot of green stands. And I'm sure there's a couple people who love blue because it just is closer to how they would answer things, which is polite and kind of people pleasing in a good way. Diplomatic.
For me, it's really dependent on the situation.
Yeah, and that's fair. I think the game is best played when you kind of just pick one that you want to like see and then see all the other ones because there's no wrong answer. So you're able to kind of just I think it's more a better choice to pick a personality and see the dynamic with the guy of your choice. Like if the guy is being a little bit too much for you, then you can kind of be a little bit more aggressive and more just like on his ass, or if somebody's being a little bit more shy and pulled back, then you can kind of like pull them out of their shell. I don't know. I think that's like the best way that the game is played in my head. So just keep that in mind. I don't know, or for anybody else who, because it's like what the best outcome for me is. I want to hear how everybody romanced, like what their favorite personality type is with each guy. Like they're like, oh yeah, I always play green personality with Greer, and I always play red personality with Leor, and so on and so forth. And I always play as Celine, or I always play as the male character, or whatever. You know, just hearing like the differences and what people's general preferences are just really fun for me. Because there's some choices in there that aren't locked to personality types specifically that are really fun. So people get to explore and have their own like independent thought separate from the personality type, and that was important. But we'll all see that.
Um, as we know, the characters in the game are kind of they're kind of based upon the seven sins, right? Yes.
Yes.
So the question for this one is, if you wore one of the seven sins, which one would it be?
Well, you know, I just went on that whole rant about how are me and Percy the same character? Oh my gosh, how do we have the same personality type? Unfortunately, mine would be pride. I have a bit of an ego problem. Like in a good way. I'm not going to say that I'm like entirely full of myself or I think that I'm like God's gift to the universe, but I do have a tendency to like be very proud of myself or like be like, oh my gosh, I look so good today, or like, you know, things like that. Like, I'm very happy with myself. So I tend to get a little like, or very proud of my ability to do things. I'm like, oh yeah, I could do that, even though I probably couldn't do that thing. Like, I'm a little overconfident sometimes. So pride is probably the one I'm the most susceptible to. If there's another one, I don't know, maybe sloth sometimes. I didn't say sloth originally because I am very hardworking and no matter how tired I am, I still manage to get things done. But I do love a nap. Your girl loves a nap. I will take a nap over most things most days. You know, and there's nothing better than a good nap. But pride, unfortunately, is the thing I'm the most susceptible to. And it's probably actually a character flaw of mine. So
Oh, actually, I think that's a great personality. It's good to be proud of yourself.
yeah, but obviously you can like my husband makes this joke a lot where like if I watch a stream of myself or I look back on something, he's just like egomaniac. And I'm like I'm not an ego. I'm just like I like my own stuff. Like I'm proud of what I do. You know, like I'm allowed to be excited about those things. But it's good to have somebody who's like you know keeps your ego in check, keeps you grounded. You know, he's obviously my biggest fan, but he doesn't want me to get too full of myself.
um, do you have a favorite piece of media, like a movie, game, music, anything?
I did say I think I have one of like each. Dragon Age is probably my favorite game series of all time, in terms of video games. My favorite TV shows are like Shameless. I'm actually watching a Shameless shirt right
Oh,
now. I love Hunter x Hunter, like anime wise. I love most. I love One Piece. It's probably one of my favorites too. Most shonen anime is my favorite. Berserk, same thing. That's not shonen, but you know whatever. It's like another anime I love. Um, Favorite music is probably my favorite band is Raw, which is a very like obscure hard rock band. They have like a lot of Egyptian. The lead singer is Egyptian, so he has like a lot of Middle Eastern sounds in his music, and it's really good.
hmm.
Um, and they're super obscure, and I just like I love all their songs. They actually have a song called Rectifier, which might be the reason why it's called what it's called. It's a great song, banger song. Um, there's also I love Rockhampton, one of my favorite like rock groups. I just love so much music. It's hard to like. I have so many favorite things. Favorite movies are probably just like early 2000s movies with like a lot of nostalgia. Maybe like Mean Girls or you know like Clueless, things like that. I love a good chick flick, things like that. I'm super girly when it comes to that stuff. Old Barbie movies, all that kind of stuff. I don't know. I have so many favorite things. It's hard to pick. So
Actually,
those are just a few. Oh, also I love Hamilton. I love a lot of musicals. So Hamilton's like one of my favorite things ever.
I'm trying to think. Have I ever seen Hamilton?
I don't know, but if you haven't, you should if you like musicals. If
I do like
not,
musicals.
still consider it because it's so good.
It's probably somewhere
It
on
makes
like
history so
Netflix.
interesting.
Which actually, this isn't a question on here, but what made you pick the name Rectifier in Bloom for the title
Oh,
of the
how did I
game?
choose that name? That's a great question. Um, okay, so the only thing that all the routes have in common in Rectifier and Bloom is that you receive a flower from your love interest. I didn't want a huge like romantic progression to happen because obviously if like they kiss, then it wouldn't, what's the point of the main game? You know what I mean? Like they're supposed to have an entire like falling in love story, and I didn't want to undermine it, but I still wanted the main character or the player to feel romanced and have like some flirtiness without it being overtly so. Also, I'm Flowers for Joy in most places. Flowers, Tattoos and Tulips is my first game. Flowers is super important to me, and it's actually very important to the lore of Rectifier and Lord of Lies. Meaning like the angels are worshipped using flowers and stuff. Like they're religious symbols. They're not just greenery and stuff. So
Hmm.
in Bloom kind of alludes to that, while also you get a flower from each guy on the route. So that's like the biggest reason. And it's through like different seasons and stuff. And I don't know, it just was an excuse for me to put flowers in the title and stuff, aesthetically. But it has a bigger reason for it too. But I love when I think In Bloom is also like a really good Nirvana song that I really like, and I just like the way In Bloom sounds. So it all went really well. It kind of just came together. Also, my friend,
Mhm.
my friend Stacks, she refers to Rectifier and Bloom as Rectiflowers, and I think that's beautiful. Like
Oh,
she's so good.
that's
She should be
creative.
the pun lord, not me. You can also call it Rectiflowers in your head if that makes you feel better. But I could never, like, with my full chest, call it that. You know what I mean? Like,
um, last question. Do you have any pets?
I do. I have two. So I have a cat. Her name's Diamond. I've had her for like since 2022. She's 3 years old. She's very fat. She got fixed and she just bloated up like a balloon, but she's really fluffy. She's a tabby and she's very gray, but she has like some brown on her face. And she's actually a character in Lord of Life, but she's a little NPC, and I just adore her. She's very special to me. And then I got a dog recently this year,
Mm,
like I don't know, a couple weeks ago, and her name is Goob. I can probably bring her up here real fast because she's under
okay.
my feet. She's always under my feet,
Oh.
and she is half Dachshund, half Feist, which is like a terrier, like a
Oh.
Jack Terrier. And she's solid black, as you can see. And she's like just two dots for eyes. She's very skittish, but she's a sweet, sweet dog. Very smart, and she's only like 3 months old. She's very young. So she's she's a sweeter. We call her Goob if you know like well, my husband wanted to call her Gooby because it's just like a fun word, but I call her Goob a lot because of Meet the Robinsons. There's
Mhm.
like that kid and his Goob, and he just like is the kid with like the bags under his eyes, and he has like I don't know goth hair or whatever. And he's just really funny. But he's also kind of based off of Charles. Because Charles like gave the bag under the eyes and stuff because of that character from Meet the Robinsons. Like that was his my biggest inspiration for his character design.
Oh.
So and Charles loves dogs specifically, and he has a black dog, so it all kind of just went together. But yeah, and Diamond was just called Diamond because my mom named her Diamond. But I really like it. It works really well.
Oh, he's such a he's just such a little cutie.
Yeah, I just have two girls. Yeah, she's a girl
Oh,
as
oh,
well.
sorry,
It's kind of
she.
hard. She's kind of an ambiguous. She looks like a little Tim Burton dog. Like she's just very like eldritch creature. She's very strange looking, but I like her. She looks like a dachshund on stilts. Like her face is very dachshund, but then she has long legs, and the way she like moves around is very stilted. It's funny. So she's like my weird little mutt, and I wouldn't have her any other way.
Let me move this here.
Yeah, everybody get a drink. I need a drink.
Anything else you want to say about?
Oh gosh, man, I said so much. I guess the only thing I could say is thank anybody who listened to all this chunk, and I hope that you enjoyed the actual game because it's way better than this part. Let's just put it that way. My team put a lot of hard work into it, and they deserve all the praise in the world for it. Uh, it, I want to really, really put that out there. Like, I'm proud of all my games, and they're all great, but this game is only as good as it is because people cared about it just as much as I did, and like they put their heart and soul into it. So, and I think it's going to show. Let's just put it that way. It's going to show. And stay tuned for the last four routes that are coming out in the next 2 weeks. So, yay!
And let me actually show the game page. I probably should have done that earlier.
Oh, you're all good. It's not that great. I made it. No, no, we're not going to talk myself down this whole time. It's too easy to do.
Oh, not that one. Not that one. Okay, not that one. Where is it? Oh, that's not it. I'm trying to figure out what the thing is. Is this it? There we go. Oh, well, kind of, sorta ish. Alright, let me make you a little bit smaller. And the page a little bigger. Okay. There. Sure. Alright. So this is the itch.io page for the Rectifier in Bloom, or Rectiflower, whichever you want to call it. I think I... Can you speak for a moment so I make sure...
Yes, of course.
Okay, there we
go. Hello, everybody.
Okay, I wanted to make sure I didn't press a button that, like, muted you or something.
Hey, it'll be okay. They've heard me enough. It's like, that's enough for you.
So, instead of me just reading, in your own words, can you explain what the game's about?
Yes, of course. Okay, so you play as a Nephilim, which to the world that you're like in the human world, you're an angel, but you're technically a Nephilim. And Nephilim are like shape-shifting creatures, like they're kind of like aliens. And your job is Rectifier. That's like what you were born to do, which is basically saving humanity from themselves. So it's a very kind of broad mission, basically. So you end up on an epic adventure to stop a world war from happening, and you meet seven very sinful guys that you explore with and who you get to date. That's basically the gist.
And let's go meet the love interests. So we got Percy, the priest. It looks like is this character.
Yep. Yep, that fucker right there.
You can tell he's gonna be trouble.
Yeah, he's got trouble written all over him.
We got Emil, the
Say I love you, you're my everything. I love him.
He's Envy. Yes. He he's envious of he wants clothes that aren't ripped. He's envious of the whole rest of the world.
He's envious of everyone who has nice clothes.
Yes.
He's envious of people who have better haircuts. He's a little possum man, okay? He's just envious of people who have air conditioning in their house.
Well, that is definitely something to be envious about, and rightfully so.
Especially right now.
Oh yes, it's like I think it was like 90 today or something.
It's too much.
We got Glyph, the wolf boy, or
yeah, he's the gluttonous little wolf boy, dog man.
But he looks really friendly.
He's the friendliest. He's a dog. Have you ever met a mean dog? probably have, but he's not one. He's a good boy.
He's a good boy. He's a good boy.
Exactly.
We got Greer, the cool, mysterious guy
The man, the myth, the legend.
whose sin is greed, which totally makes sense why I like him. I was a big fan of Greed from Full Metal Alchemist, so.
Ah, yeah. Eats. Yep, very good. Good choice.
We got Lior, who is the sin of lust. If you couldn't tell.
Yeah. He's a little slutty. It's okay.
But it's fashionable, so.
It's a compliment to him, okay? Slut is endearing.
We got Styles, whose sin is sloth.
I think Styles is like my second favorite. Styles makes me so happy. That's my baby.
I'm trying to figure out, just based on the image, what's anything about him.
It'll be fun to find out.
So far, I'm gonna guess he lives in a cold region or something.
Oh, that's a good guess.
Based on the color scheme and white
cold.
hair. Anything else? I'm not really sure.
Yeah, he's full of a lot of mystery. I think a lot of people are going to be surprised about Styles, which is fun.
And last we got Ren, who is the sin of wrath.
Yeah, he's a grumpy man.
He's grumpy.
His face is really red, okay? His spume coming out of his fucking ears.
That reminds me of
But he's fashionable.
He is fashionable. He gives me that kind of like the warrior type vibe. Very much.
Look, I'll just say this. His biggest inspiration for me when I created him was Li Shang from Mulan, and that's all I'll say. And he's also kind of loosely based off of an Oni mask. Like he might look very similar to like the demon mask in Japanese folklore. So he has like the horns and the yellow eyes and stuff. But he's based off of a lot of Eastern Asian culture. So he's like a mix of like Chinese aesthetics, like specifically Mongolian aesthetics. He even has like Korean haircut and Korean facial features. So he's like a nice mixture. All the characters have things like that going for them, but that's like a very specific thing about him and his name. Oh, also, fun fact, I think some people picked up on this, but all their names are tied to their sin. So Ren, Wrath, Styles, Sloth, Lior, Lust, so on and so forth. So
oh yeah,
I think some people pick up on it, but some of them miss it. Which is nice, because when I created it originally, I did it on purpose because I wanted to be able to remember who was who. So that was like the easiest way to do it. But I think it kind of suits them all naturally.
I see it now. I actually totally missed it. But
Hey! It's a fun little Easter egg.
But no,
sure
that makes sense. That would be a very more easier way to remember your names of your characters and separate them.
Yeah, when I started, I couldn't remember who was who. I was like, I don't know who the fuck this dude is. Now I obviously know, but...
So, yes, this is as we said, this is the side story, not the full game. The full game is still being created.
It is a full game, but it is not the full game.
It is the introduction. A fun little introduction of a side story.
Yeah.
So, let's currently Lior, Gree, and Styles are out, right? So
correct.
The ones that you say you want, your aim is to have them all be released by August 1st?
Yes. So ideally, I want to have two, probably Emil and Ren out this Sunday coming up. Hopefully, if everything goes well. If not, it'll just be like one of them, but they'll slowly be all coming out in the next like 2 weeks. And then Percy will be last. So then Ren and Glyph will follow somewhere in between, but those are the only ones left.
You know, just because of like how seemingly infuriating Percy seems like he might be, I kind of really want to play as Root.
Well, you know what? He'll be worth the wait. I saved him for last for a good reason. A lot of people are really looking forward to him, and I'm like, hey, y'all are gonna have to wait for his bitch ass. So, save the best, quote unquote, for last. He thinks he's the best, so that's all that matters.
Well, there we go. And let me open up. So yes, these are the other games they've worked on. Lord of Lies,
Look at
Pulp
them
and
all.
Cocktails, Cassie, Tattoos and
Played them all
Tulips.
except Cassie. I'm sure. I love
Okay,
that's like
forget
a running
Cassie
joke for me is to make
exists.
fun of Cassie.
But now because you're saying not to play it, I kind of want to play it. So
I mean, feel free. It's an O2HU project. It's so short. It would take you 5 minutes. But I like it. It's just it's not the other ones. It's like the ugly stepchild. Except she's very pretty.
so yes, that's a little bit more about the game and about the creator here. So you can follow her on her
Hi.
Twitter, meant to be Studios.
You get to hear me yap even more if you follow me on Twitter. If that's something you want more of.
And
God
also
forbid.
also on her Twitch channel where she streams every now and then.
Yeah, hopefully we'll come back after Rectifier and Bloom is done. That's the plan anyway, so.
Well, I'll be looking forward to some of your streams. I'll be trying to catch them.
Oh, I hope you drop by. It'll be more Sim stuff, which I don't know why I say more. I haven't streamed any Sim stuff. It will be Sim stuff. If you like the Sims, come drop by.
I do. I like creating the Sims. I like the house design and the character designing.
Yeah, I'm just a little chaotic, so I think it'll fit my personality pretty well. I don't know why I didn't say The Sims earlier. I was talking about my favorite games. Whatever. I think it goes without saying.
I like this kind of game so I can create things and just like also
Yeah, it's
sandbox
really
game
fun.
so I can create chaos. Like if I want to trap a couple Sims together in a room and just see what happens, let me do it.
Exactly. Exactly. Well, I'm sure you've heard enough from me. I'm excited to watch you play the rest of the game, so I'll probably just be hanging out in chat for sure, getting ready to lay down and stuff on my end. But I'll be up as long as I can be up basically before work tomorrow.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming on by and thank you for coming
Thank
and
you for having
chatting.
me. It was awesome. I had so much fun.
Oh God.
And about to have even more fun because the main fun's about to begin.
Yes, all the fun's about to begin.
Absolutely. So excited.
Well, thank you again. Go check her out.
Thank
Go check her
you.
games out. She is
Hi, everybody.
awesome.
Bye, everybody. Stay tuned and watch the game, please. To those who think we're tuning out in the middle, stay for the game. Best part.
All right. Well, yeah, hang out and chillax, get some snacks. Just lay down and relax.
We'll be doing.
All
Say
right.
bye bye, guys.
Bye bye. All right. Well, there we go. That was uh the interview with Meant to Be Studios. That was really fun. I like that. I like doing that. So I actually didn't know it was going to be such a big project, the whole thing. So that's really cool. The project as a whole sounds like it's going to be really fun. I'm a big fan of like world building and just a bunch of storytelling. Let me get the game up. I have it here. Let me full screen it. And I'm gonna put the earbuds in to make sure we can hear it good. I need to do that. I need to attach the game audio to. Give me one. There we go. Alright. Alright, testing sound. How's this sound? Okay, I'll keep these in for a bit. And let's go. Let's go meet Greer. But first, before we do that, can I just say how pretty this is? It's actually really gorgeous. Like the wings here, the flowers, the color scheme of the background. It's really pretty. It is, it really is. There. Moving through some things. I got so much on my desk, it's kind of ridiculous. Alright, let's start. Okay, so I guess we'll go to character select. Let's have the MC be visible. Okay, I'm gonna go with a feminine one. They're both very pretty. Oh, that's cute. They smile when you choose them. I want to see what happens with the... Okay, so they do it too. That's cute. Alright, and I'm gonna keep the default name, Celine. Enter. Okay, and we get to choose at the very beginning. Alright. So we're going for Greer. Yeah. Oh, what happens if we press details? Ooh, okay. Let's learn him a little bit. Former captain, former pirate captain, and current thief. Gold doesn't just line his pockets, but his heart as well. A heart of gold. Will you trust a man who won't even show his face? Yes, I will. Because he's cute. Is that good? I don't know, probably not, but you know what? He's fictional, so it doesn't matter. It's like, no, not continue. Alright, show's over! I'm just kidding. Pretty. Light kisses the water and it shimmers beneath it. You peer into the endless blue, no longer sick from the motion. You think about... nothing, no thought, no brain, just empty space. Just cat peering out into nothing. You think about... nothing, or nothing. Wow, this is a very hard choice. Nothing. You only meant to keep a lookout for any who'd attempt to pursue you, your party at sea. Whether it be a pirate or a sea monster. How much better would it be if there was a kraken to attack? I don't know if that'd be better, but it'd to the adventure. Would you want to crack into attack? I'm not sure I'd want to crack into attack. I'd be fine on just a smooth sailing journey where all I have to worry about is getting seasick. But apparently your character doesn't agree, so... Beats this monotonous rock into the sea. You never understand why anyone would spend their lives on the ocean. The sloshing of waves against the keel is almost maddening. So you're delighted to be interrupted of your thoughts by Captain's call. I thought we didn't have thoughts. I thought we had nothing. No thoughts, just cats. Look alive, gentlemen. And Celine. He hops down from the cockpit, sporting a cheeky smile. Or what we can suppose is a cheeky smile. Oh, okay. You can see his lips curve from beneath his mask. I was gonna say, how? I guess we're just guessing, but no. I guess we can kind of see. So. Alright, what should we do? Well, I don't want to look away. I guess a smile back. And me? You were the only one not lost in your little world. But no thoughts. You know what? I'll take it. I'll take it. Unlike these slouches. Someone has to keep a watch out for sea monsters. I don't know what I'd do without you. Now I feel like you're patronizing me. I'm serious. Even Soldier Boy over there is too caught up polishing his sword to do the one thing he's good for. I immediately thought of that one song, the Soldier Boy song, when I read this. Caught me off guard a minute, but okay, they mean like an actual one, not the artist. I didn't need to know that. Last I checked, it's actually his sword. I think the bastard's too much of a stuck-up aristocrat to even touch himself. Well, let him hear you say that. It might water down his rich genes or something stupid like that. You make no attempt to suppress your laughter. It's true. Ren seems adverse to anything fun. He may consider such a thing to be a waste of time. If we weren't docking soon, I'd tell him to take your post. So I could polish my sword? Guerrero quirks an eyebrow. He's silent a moment too long, making your face flush. You are only joking. Oh, Wally. What? Just thinking. What are you thinking, Greer? Do I want to know what he's thinking? Of what? You nearly squawk. I don't think angels did that kind of thing either. Some of us do. Look, angels are pure, but they're not that pure. Like, they have needs too, okay? Don't believe the stereotypes, okay? I guess you've got to do something in all that time. No judgment, of course. Just learned something new is all. If Ren was an angel, he would have been the cleanest weaponry of all time. And no one would care. He laughs at his own quip, turning to greet Styles as he mopes over. The old man scans his surroundings, as if the ship has been hit by cannon fire. The relief that wasn't the case, he was still woken from what appeared to be a deep nap in his hammock. I'm still amongst the living. He doesn't sound too happy about it. So, if I remember correctly, he was Sloth, I believe? Yeah, I think so. Before he can say another word, Glyph rushes over, nearly knocking over poor Styles in the process. He's practically hopping out of his own skin. A happy dog boy. We're here already? It's been 3 days. Greer nods, spreading out his arms. Welcome to Silver Cove. He says with a flourish, throwing an arm over Glyph's shoulder and pulling him in close. And then he gave him a kiss. Smell that? Glyph doesn't hesitate in taking in an enthusiastic whiff. And instantly, his eyes bulge and his ears flatten. Ooh, what's he smell? It smells like... He struggles to say, what do you think he smells? Waste. Oh, that's not very pleasant. Oh, it must be even worse, because he has, you know, the senses of an animal, so... He can smell it even more. That's not very fun. He chooses his words carefully, but it's rank. You'd fallen suit, and now your eyes are watering from the stench. Some mixture of fish, salt, and, well, waste. Greer nearly doubles over in a fit of laughter, wiping a tear away from his eye. I'm sorry, yes, it's absolutely vile. Despite his words, he takes a deep breath in. Feels good to be home. This is where you live? Boy, I guess he doesn't really have a choice where he lives, probably. But you know, if I lived in a place like that, put me on a ship. Anywhere's but in there. He doesn't even sound insincere. Percy approaches with a handkerchief pressed to his nostrils. He stuffs it in his pocket theatrically, before he speaks. If the smell is bothering anyone, it's most certainly him. Of course you grew up amongst sewer rats. It's true, I actually grew up amongst rats. His best friend is the pizza rat. You know, the one that lives in New York? Or, I don't know if it's still alive, but probably not. Greer starts. I was raised in the cathedral. I'm not proud of it. Greer says all that without taking his eyes off the coast. Percy can only sneer in response. Percy, don't be a bitch. We're not staying here, are we? It looks packed. You don't even hear him approach. And you definitely didn't see him approach as he phases out of his invisibility. No. We can't afford it, even if we wanted to. We're only here to restock on some essentials. And some non-essentials. Oh, thank God we're not staying here. Ren's voice joins the group as he stands arm's length against the railing. Or arms crossed against the railing. Or arms crossed at arm's length against the railing. So we can't afford to stay here, but we can afford to shop? Yeah. Do you want to stay here? I don't. Maybe I'm just picky, but, you know. If it smells the way I'm imagining it smells, that's not a place I want to be. Your logic is crooked as you are. It's called having a budget, meathead. I guess I should have used the term rations, so you'd better understand. My apologies. See? Silver Cove carries a variety of items you can't find anywhere else in all of Fae, including weapons. Ren doesn't say anything more to that, opting to just huff and stare out into the distance. As if on cue, Leora impels over, practically dancing. I used to perform at Diamond Assembly in Silver Cove quite frequently. It's not so bad. Just don't travel alone, or heavily pocketed. I guess both good pieces of advice. Lear takes on with a devilish grin. Trust me though, there are worse places to be. You're inclined to believe him too. Greer and Leor are the most worldly of the bunch, after all. Just how big of a budget is yours, Jolly Roger? Is that a... Is he saying that as an innuendo, or is he actually asking about the budget? Because it could honestly be either. Lear says it in such a way you aren't sure if he's speaking literally or not anymore. Small. What do you want? Greer responds deadpan. Lear presses his fingers into Greer's chest, seemingly unperturbed as he walks them up his bare chest before meeting his eyes. It's so perfectly choreographed, you feel... amused. It's so perfectly choreographed, you feel amused. You chuckle to yourself. You've become a bit of a better since you've played cards with Greer, and you can never be fully sure which of the two would get the upper hand on the other. I mean, that is what I would answer in real life. I just let it play out and see where it went. Your bet was on Greer, based solely on you wanting him to win. Though Leor could be quite a sore loser, Greer looked almost immune to Leor's holler advances, especially when coin was involved. Leor should know it's those pleading eyes Greer bends to, not the sultry ones. All I need is a nail file. Is that too much for your budget? I can manage. I hope food and soap were factored in already. It depends on what kind of nail file. Like, he could be asking for your average regular nail file, or he could be asking for one that's diamond encrusted. Hopefully not the diamond encrusted one, because that's too much. I don't have the money. If you're not, please prioritize that. I love them, but I can't see straight when Ryan or Glyph walk past me sometimes. He says, pinching his nose and sticking his tongue out. In that case, your surprised Silver Cove stench didn't seem to be bothering him. Don't worry. I don't need to take the stench home with us. Good. You aren't going alone, are you? Or did I soil your opportunity to ask me out? Griff scoffs, shaking his head at Lior's already batting eyelashes. I should have guessed you'd ask Griff over me. You always do. Why does it feel like he's hurt by that? It's okay, Lior. I'll go to the market with you. We'll pick out really pretty nail flowers. You know, ones with little flowers on them, and you know, maybe little cute cats. Oh no, I didn't invite him either. We have fun, but he gets excited about everything. Not to mention, I have to buy him treats the whole time to keep him satisfied. You could just tell him no, you know? Not through those puppy eyes. I plan on asking Celine, actually. Your ears perk up, as though you weren't already listening. Though I'd plan to do it less offhandedly. Ah, the obvious guess. A smirk spread across Leo's face before he takes his leave without another word. What do you say? Is there any answer aside from yes? I will. As enthusiastic as always. It's a shopping trip in a dangerous city. What is there to be enthusiastic about? Now you're just trying to break my heart. You can't quite assess his tone. How about spending time together? Just you and me? Aww. Is that not exciting? I'll spend time with him. I want to spend some time with him. Let's go shopping. Come on, let's go. This feels like a question meant to trick me. I want you to come if you want to go, Celine. I won't take it personally if you'd rather not. I wouldn't mind. If it helps, there's quite a lot of bookstores in Silver Cove. I thought you might enjoy them. Your heart swells at that. I would enjoy that. I'm also interested in seeing your stomping grounds, as you'd call it. You are? He appears to be taken back by that. Maybe my ears are deceiving me. You're honestly going to drag Celine into that sewer with you? You're plenty capable enough. You needn't insult them with doing party errands. Any one of us, even the brainless general, would serve just as well. I didn't realize you were their keeper now. Percy, go off. We're about to have a date. Okay? Percy's face scrunches up. I care about their safety. No, Percy, what you're doing right now is cock-blocking, okay? Leave. They're a near-immortal entity. No pickpocket in the world stands a chance. Your hubris will be the death of you. And of all of us. Hopefully just you. How about you relax and let Celine speak for themselves, oh Holy One? Oh. Actually, that does make sense, you know, now that I think about it. being a man of the cloth, and us being an angel, I could see where he would be overly protective of us. But still, you know, let me live my life. Let me go hang out with who I want to hang out, and, you know... You're not my dad! Oh, that'd be really awkward if he was. Isn't speaking for a deity some sort of sacrilege? Or does it not count because it's you? Greer taunts Percy, but he doesn't respond immediately. This is your best chance to interject. I'm going with Greer. As Greer says, I'm in no real danger. Even so, such a thing is below you. You aren't missing anything you won't find in our restroom. I'm not arguing about this. I'm going. This is a waste of both our times. Hear that? They hath spoken. Now be gone. Greer! He simply raises his hand in mock surrender, a grin still plastered on his face. I apologize if I may have overstepped. There was no may, but you digressed. As you said before, you weren't going to argue about this. You simply opt to nod. If anything happens to them, you're as good as shark food, Captain. Oh, I'm shaking at the mere thoughts. They get along great. Perhaps Greer may not be scared, or at least not showing it, but Percy's words are not empty, that much I could tell. It's good you truly are in no real danger, or so you hope now. Pig-brained bastard. Percy can only grumble as he takes his leave. You let Percy have the last word, for his own sanity if nothing else. You go nose blind to the stench by the time you and Greer disembark the ship. Fafnir. Glyph waves you off wildly, even going so far as to howl. It's almost as if you both are leaving for weeks, not hours. I'm surprised he's not begging us to take him with him. I could kind of see that happening. If such a thing were the case, there was no way you wouldn't have taken him with you. Oh. Nira merely wiggles his finger from the spot leaning on the deck. Emil and Styles are nowhere to be seen, the later having returned to his nap. Meanwhile, Ren and Percy, despite their differences, watch you both like a pair of hawks from opposite sides of the ship. The dock itself is bustling. Children sprinting after one another, crowds of people moving in every direction, clusters of residents talking much too loudly for standing across from one another. You tail Greer as he seamlessly weaves through the hustle and bustle. He manages to find a less concentrated part of the dock before speaking to you. I knew it was gonna be like this. Try not to get too skittish, okay? Okay. I'm pretty chill, I think. I believe I can manage. Even if you can't, there's no shame in it. Just let me know if it becomes too much. You nod, smiling ever so slightly to yourself. Whatever nerves you had before go dust in the wind now. However, you couldn't help wondering if what Percy said was true. Was going on this errand beyond the capabilities, or rather below a rectifier? About Percy earlier. I'm not even a little surprised. Nor am I concerned about what he had to say. Maybe not, but he didn't need to insult you on my behalf. I've heard much worse, don't worry. Insults only sting if there's truth behind them. He knows nothing about me, and most certainly not about my way of living. In that same vein, he doesn't know a thing about you or your way of living. Exactly. Even if he's read it all in books. You're not responsible for his actions. If you ask me, though, however you choose to be a rectifier is for you and only you to decide. I like Rip. See, that's what I like. Let me choose what I want to do and respect it. I'd rather you only join me if you truly want to, not opt out of any sense of duty or obligation. I didn't. Good. But that begs the question. Why did you decide to join me? How should I answer? I'm gonna go with you already know. I don't know if he already knows, but, you know. Let's pretend he does. Let's pretend we think he does. We discussed it before. I wanted to see the bookstore as well as where you grew up. I know. I was just wondering if there was anything else. Though you aren't one to hold back. Regardless of where I grew up, there isn't much else to see. The cathedral I was raised in burned down a long time ago. Well, let's go see the ashes. If there's any ruins, let's go see those. Ruins are fun to see. I actually quite like them. I actually do. Like, just imagining what it used to look like. I think it's kind of fun. So you were raised in a cathedral? That wasn't just a witty remark? The best insults have a truth to them, remember? Have they not rebuilt the cathedral yet? They have, but you could hardly call it a place I grew up now, could you? I suppose not. Don't worry. They've yet to burn the entire town down. Yet? Though the day is still young. Are you not saddened by that? Not in the least. My home is where my heart is. You aren't sure you understand the sentiment entirely. It doesn't seem like the sort of thing that can be fully understood through dialogue alone. Even so, you have to fight the urge not to ask more. Why? Why are we fighting the urge? We should ask as much as we want to ask until he says not to ask anymore. I have questions and I want answers. Instead you ask, where do we go first? Depends whose stuff I choose to pick up first. Mine. Do you have a shopping list? The rear points to his temple. Got it all right here. That's what I say every time I go shopping too. And usually I end up forgetting something. Besides, not much of a list since I voided Ren and Percy's requests. Just got to get things for Glyph, Lior, Styles, and Emil. I tell you what, how about you choose where we go first? Okay. What did they ask for? What didn't Glyph ask for is a better question. It's practically a grocery list. I'm just gonna close my eyes and point to something and that's what it gets. I really shouldn't ask him when he's hungry. Just get him a bag of chips. I'm sure you like that. Is he allowed to eat chocolate? You know, since he's part animal. Is that like give him tummy issues? I wonder. Oh, I should have asked that as a question. But when isn't he, you know? On the other hand... Oh. Okay, he can eat anything? Oh, I can even poisonous things. I need to restart my stream here thing? Because I couldn't see any of what you were saying here on my... So, okay, let me look back. Okay, so yes, he can eat chocolate then. Emil didn't ask for a damn thing. He never does, even when I ask him multiple times. I understand he's used to living with nothing, but he's gotta want something. Anything. I'm just gonna get him whatever I think he'll use. Meal is... What does it say meal, right? A meal was... Is he the one that, needed new clothes? Well, we're getting them something. Maybe a lamp for that cave of his? That cave of the cabin of his? I've stubbed my toe nearly every time I've entered that room. As for Styles, I had to write down what he wanted, but I can't read that, can you? You take a close look at the slip of paper Rhea produces out of his chest pockets. It's a medicinal ingredient, no doubt. I'm guessing by the sheer amount of letters jumbled together. I'm just gonna hand the paper to the store clerk and hope for the best. Otherwise, he's on his own. It's got a Styles. We should get Styles a thing. The pharmacy is down that way, if I remember correctly. I think this is probably the best idea, because I feel like since we don't know what his thing is, it might take the longest to find. What's he gonna use it for? That's kind of what I want to know. You went to the pharmacy and you're immediately met with the smell of isopropyl alcohol. Isopropyl? I feel like I'm saying that wrong. Better that than the sickening metallic smell of blood. Greer pulls the slip of paper out and heads straight for the counter. Oddly, amongst the healing instruments and tonics, there are assortments of armor and weapons. It's almost unfortunate Stalls and Ren couldn't experience it together. I believe we have 3 different kinds here, just below the counter. I'll see if we have any more in the back. Just a moment. They disappear into the back, while Greer stands ogling his options. Sleep. You come over, only for him to pull you the rest of the distance. The cheapest one here is 30 silvers. I'm gonna guess that's a lot. You take a look at the others, 40 and 50 silvers respectively. Before you can even think over your options, you see Greer's hand phase through the glass. Oh god, do I stop him or watch? As long... no. Yep. You know what, let's take it and run. You see a hand phase through the glass. You keep watch. You don't say anything, opting to keep an eye out for the shopkeeper. His hand glides through and wraps around the amber bottle, pulling it out as if it were water, before sticking it in his pockets. We should have something to replace it. Not that we can produce anything like that in an instant, but they're gonna wonder where it went. Although they don't know he has powers, so... But... How are we gonna explain this so it makes sense? He mouths a thank you. You continue to not say anything. Are you bothered? We weren't caught, so no. If an angel lands in the woods... What does that mean? I still don't understand what you're saying. Before he can answer, the shopkeeper returns empty-handed. That makes one of you, at least. No luck. That's all we have. It's no problem. You don't have what I'm looking for. That's a shame. Hope you both have a good day. You as well. You nod at them as you and Greer exit. Now run! No, actually that would make us look more suspicious. I feel like I'd be running, because I'd be panicking. Or at least speed walking. I feel like I wouldn't be very, discreet. I'd be horrible at stealing. You were so kind. I'll have to purchase something next time. So, where to? Alright, go with Stalls. Oh wait, no, that was... I already picked that. Oh, let's see where it goes. Pharmacy is just down that way, if I remember correctly. Hi, it's us again! Wait, what happens? Does anything happen if we go back here? Like, do we get caught? That'd be kind of funny. Or, like, if they asked, like, what are you doing back here? I think just the same thing happens. But that would be funny. Should we steal another one? Might as well steal another one. Actually, what happens if we stop him? You know what? We played a Devil's Advocate first time, so let's be the actual angel we apparently are, or you know, holy being, and let's stop him. You see a hand faced with glass. Oh, please. Greer rips his hand out of glass before he can speak. What's wrong? We don't need to do that. We have enough. Celine, it's 30 silvers. Then don't purchase it. I don't want another reason for someone to hunt us down. You're right. I apologize. Don't worry. No luck, that's all we have. It's no problem. I'll take this one. The one for 40 silvers? No, the one for 30 silvers, please. Will that be all? Greer can only chuckle wryly as he shifts through his coin purse. That'll be all. He drops the coins and resists the urge to snatch the bottle out of the poor shopkeeper's hands. Let's go. You know, this would be really difficult to implement, but what if you, like, since you go in on all these errands, if you actually had a currency that we had to spend, and if we spent, like, so much, in one place, or for certain people, we wouldn't have enough to spend for the other people on our list? Like if we had done as we did here, and purchased the 30 silver one, we wouldn't have enough for one of the other characters. It'd be interesting, but I feel like it'd be difficult to implement. Are you okay? At least one of us wasn't robbed. Or at least one of us was robbed. So where to? Should we go back to the pharmacy? No, we'll go to Emil's. You said you wanted to get a lamp for Emil. Let's find a stall. There's bound to be one that sells that. Oh, okay, there is. Okay, unfortunately couldn't disable options you already done. I don't know what's going on with my thing here, but it's... because I had that up there? Hold up. Let's see if it works. No, I'm gonna test to see if it's... Well... Alright, I guess I'll just have to look back and forth. Because Stream Manager chat is not working on my phone right now for whatever reason. It's not updating chat. Let's find a stall. There's bound to be one that sells. It is weird, yes. No chance it'll work on this phone, right? Retest. Okay, it works on this one. I don't know why it's not working on this. That's weird. That's really weird. Let's find a stall. There's bound to be one that sells that. This lamp. It's so pretty. It is, but this isn't a lamp. It's a lantern. They both produce lights, you know. One you set on a table and, well, you can set both on a table, so. Look, our mission is to get him lights in his room. Both work. We're picking whichever is cheapest. Besides, I don't think he's gonna really care about appearances of the light source we're getting him. I feel like he wouldn't be very picky about that. Specifically, it's a lantern used for the Dancing Stars Festival. Okay, maybe he is picky about it. Never mind. The stall vendor only nods. Have you ever been? Only once. Though you can see the lights from anywhere in the city on that night. It's honestly breathtaking. The city is golden, just as the sun is setting till the sun rises the next day. I'd love to see it. It would be something to see from high above. Is it a date watching it in a hot air balloon or something? Or like a blimp? Is it pretty? You give Greer a strict look. The vendor appears to be more confused than condemning. If such a thing were possible, of course. He says, trying his best to recover. He's right, though. Oh, yeah, true, we do have wings. Angel, right? He's right, though. If you were to fly above the city, you could see the entire city lit up by the golden lanterns. You take Ray with you to see, but you remember how terrified he was the last time you flew him around? Okay, so no heights then. Got it. And as if he read your mind? Don't even think about it. Alright. I won't force him. I won't force him. Though it would be nice, but I won't force him. I won't force you. Unless we're in danger again, that is. I have plenty of other ways to escape. That's true. It's an absolute last resort. The only highlight is being held by you. I can hold you without doing that, though.
No, look at this.
The vendor simply clears his throat. I'll take you to the festival myself one day. If we don't all meet our ends, that is.
He's so cute when they blush.
You only laugh it off. The last thing you need is a reminder of the very real reality that awaits you all. What do you think about this one? Something about it instantly reminds you of the meal. Perhaps it's the unconventional look, or the sharpness of the metal surrounding the glass shade itself. You take a proper look at the oil lamp for you. It's decorated with a stained glass pattern, and the lamp itself is an egg shape. I like it. But do you think Emil will like it? Emil will appreciate us even thinking about him. That's true. We'll take it. Rhea leans into you to whisper. We've wasted enough of this gentleman's time. That'll be a silver. And it's a steel. Well, a single silver compared to 30 silver? Maybe we should have stolen it. Maybe we should go back and steal it. Rewind time. Did we get something for everyone? I believe so. Wait. I almost forgot Lior's nail file. If I remember correctly, there should be a bookstore on the same strip. Yes, there is. You see it? You look down the way and spot a little shop with bookshelves outside. There's even a sign that reads, Justice, latest edition now in stores. I could have sworn I saw stars in your eyes just then. You waited so patiently. Go ahead. I'll meet you thereafter, okay? Okay. He smiles down at you for a moment. His eyes have a certain look you can't quite pinpoint. Did your eyes look like that when you saw the Justice advertisements, you wonder? He clears his throat, shaking his head before waving you off. You arrive not long after. You spend almost all your time reading the newest edition. This particular tale is nothing short of genius. Justice seeks a legendary key to an ancient treasure alongside a group of novice head treasure hunters. If that wasn't bad enough, they're up against a nation's dictator, and all of his retainers and resources looking for the same key to expand his already great power. All while avoiding prison time. The dangers of the jungle the key is said to be stored in, and the wrath of the dictator's military. Excuse me. Who dares interrupt me in my book? You don't recognize the man, nor does it seem you're in his way. He just smiles at you. Leave. What do you want? You continue to tear yourself away from the wonderful world you found yourself transported to. What do you want? You nearly bark out. Hello, my name is Tonino Valdi. I'm a member of the Performers Guild here in Diamond Assembly. The name sounded familiar. The Diamond Assembly. Okay, are we being scouted? I feel like we're being scouted. We're being scouted. Has anyone ever told you that you're the spitting image of Celine Arcelli? You know, one of the great love interests from the book you're reading. War reading. It's honestly uncanny how much you look like her. We'd hope so. You'd hope so. You modeled yourself after them after all. I've heard it said. I'm a recruiter, and from the moment I saw you, I had to ask you to join our guild. Before you answer, the gig pays handsomely. Look, I'm not here permanently. I don't live here. I'm sorry, sir, but you're gonna have to find someone else. He puts his hand to the side of his face, as he's going to whisper a secret to you. And that's not even counting the fame. He titters. Of course, before you answer, you'd have to eat a little less, or walk a little more. Are you calling us fat? Bitch? Now it's a definite no. What do you mean? Your weight, darling. Celine Arcelli is one every woman desires to look like. You're pretty enough, but quite chunkier than Justice would like. What's what you know about what Justice likes? You modeled yourself after the first iteration of Celine. She is perfection, her body included. You were sure no matter size she was, she would be. And Justice would agree. They're what? Oh, he's mad. Alright, take that sword out and slash him down. And then let's make a run for it before the cops come. You look over where Greed is standing, still as stone. Who are you? Their friend. Who are you? The one offering your friend an opportunity of a lifetime. Is that right? He looks over to you. The new novel still tight in your grip. From where I stand, it sounded like you were insulting how they look. It's a minor adjustment. All actors have to. They clearly aren't interested. Am I wrong? You shake your head. Let her speak for herself. Without another word, Greer pulls back his coat to reveal his dagger on his hip. Technically, that's not a dagger, but it's pointy, so... The crest of the blade is unmistakable. A specter's eye. The recruiter's eyes grow double their size. His legs starting to tremble, a bead of sweat falling down his face. So I take it Greer is well known here? Or at least whatever emblem that was he showed? You'll disappear one way or another. Though I'm sure you prefer your method over mine. Not another word escapes his lips as he dashes through the crowd. Effectively disappearing. Are you alright? It was only an insult. Sometimes they can cut deeper than it's blade. Don't listen to him, or anyone else for that matter. You are perfection. Aww. It's like scrutinizing a diamond. Flaws and all, it's a beauty to behold, a privilege. Do you understand?
You think I'm pretty?
You think I'm pretty? No, I know it. And so do you. I just don't want you to doubt it, because some scum said otherwise. But my worry was misplaced.
He's so sweet!
Thank you, Greer. It was unnecessary as he was about to get a proper tongue lashing before you arrived. But you saved me the trouble. I never thought you as the White Knight type. Don't act like you don't eat that shit up. If Justice had done the same thing, you'd be molding clay. You can only roll your eyes, finding the smile growing on your face. And losing. Greer coughs, startling you. Maybe you should go back to that pharmacy and get him something. The last thing the crew needs is to catch cold. Here's some silver. Go get that book and we can go. You don't need to hear anything else. The sun starts to set as you purchase the book. You hug it to your chest as you both find your way back to the docks. You know, I'm not even sure this is the place I grew up. It's much too behaved. They must have known an angel was coming to town. You shake your head. It's most likely because Greer is in town. If that recruiter Rick's reaction was anything to go by, it's hard to believe this was the same man. You don't have much more time to think about it, as you catch a glimpse of the ship in all its glory. Before we go back. This is for you.
He got us a gift?
You got me a flower? As a thank you for accompanying me and an apology for that idiot earlier. They're called golden hours. They're very pretty. I'd be honored to accept that. This wasn't necessary. You already brought me this book. What's one more gift? It's just a flower. Did friends give each other flowers? You suppose they could, and evidently did. Thank you, really. I had a great time. Truly? You should say that again when we see Percy. Like, even if he didn't give us a flower, that one scene with the book, that's good enough. That's enough of a present there. A true gift. But I'll still accept the flower, so. You hold on to the flower and the book while Greer carries the rest of the supplies we acquired. Who knew something as simple as shopping could be so exhausting? You both make it to the docks before the sun fully sets. The closure to a wonderful day upon you. Though the excitement of reading more of your book before bed helps ease the disappointments. They're back! He sounds so relieved. Slowly the others approach. First Percy, followed closely by Ren and Lior, with Emil and Stells lagging behind. Can I give you one last thing?
A kiss? Huh? Maybe? No? Later, okay then.
Yes, we should shop till we drop.
We forgot to buy a vase for the flower.
You know, that's what we forgot. Greer, let's head on back. We get one more thing. Now we'll probably just use a water cup or something. That does work too, so... Can I give you one last thing? You nod on instinct. What else could he possibly have gotten you? Your confusion only grows as he reaches for your hand and brings it to his cloth lips. His eyes look up to find yours. He releases your hand and walks up to the dock like it was nothing. You'd probably always wonder why he did such a thing, had you not seen the look of sheer terror on Percy's face. As petty as it was, you couldn't be mad about it. Now, what would Percy look like if he actually gave us a kiss on the lips? He'd probably faint. Let's do that, if just to see it happen. The Saint Semblas didn't last more than a minute in Glyph's grasp. He would die. Greer had a wonderful idea to get a recipe for Glyph at some point. Emil was left speechless. He tried to insist it was a waste of money and time, but Greer didn't let him talk himself down. Stiles was delighted Greer managed to find it in the first place. He was skeptical to how Greer obtained it, but Greer only struggled when he asked. As for you, you stayed up the rest of the night reading your book, and you plan to read it many more times, on your way to your next destination. Your golden hour rose serving as a source of light, with which to read them. Oh, it actually produces lights. Oh. I like that. Doubles as a night light, too, as well as something pretty to look at. Thanks, Rare. The parting kiss still tingling on the back of your hand. You knew nothing would last forever, but the best things never did. You go back? I guess? You wish you had one? I wish I had one too. I wish they existed. You'd never need a light ever again. Well, lights would be nice, but you know. Wait, if it withers, if the flower withers, does that mean the light goes out? That's actually kind of symbolic too. But it'd be very convenient. Probably do one more. Do you want to choose a route? Ooh, and it fills in each time we do a route. Cool. One more. Alright. I know Percy isn't out yet, but what's... Does it say the route is not out? No. Okay. You completed its route in an instant! want to see what goes on with Lior. We're gonna go shopping for like shoes and stuff. I'll be down for that. Absolutely not. I'm starting to worry that you people really are allergic to fun. It's a waste of time, resources, and involves unnecessary dangers. There's no point to it. Unnecessary dangers are the best part, big guy. Just let me show you. You try your best to swallow your laughter. Greer's waggling his eyebrows across the campfire is not helping. I can handle any dangers, unnecessary or otherwise, by myself. Oh dear. What? You're certainly brave. Could it be, then, that you simply can't dance? Don't tell me my precious soldier has 2 left feet. The cup that goes flying toward Lior lands at his feet with a clatter. He seems wholly unfazed. Oh, how my poor heart is breaking. But still, what Lior said intrigues you. Why on earth is he bringing up dancing? Lior brightens immediately, spinning on his heel to finally address all of you. Why, yes. As you all know, we're barely an hour's walk away from this delightful little city called Delphine. But what may have escaped your attention, my sweets, is that Delphine is famous for its celebrations. Infamous, even. I see. Is that all? Well, no! There's a wedding happening tonight. The Duke's only daughter finally got hitched into a gentleman with a very padded coin purse, I hear. It's a shame that people's purses are not the only thing he's known for padding him. There's a story there, isn't there? Where on earth do you hear all these things? It's a good question. Where did he get his information source? To celebrate this delightful union, the city is holding a week-long festival. And while we obviously can't stick around for the whole thing, all the scandalous parts will be happening tonight anyway. You know, I've never been to a... Actually, was it a week long? I went to Peru during New Year's. And during New Year's, they have this... I forget if it's a week long or 3 days long. But literally, a band goes through the entire town and, like, plays music. They play the same song over and over again. And people, like, drink beer. And there's something about the color yellow or something that... But yeah. I still kind of remember the melody of the song because even through our hotel, you could still hear the music. It never stopped. It literally never stopped. But if there's a party here, hopefully they at least have a variety of a playlist they play for music. Because believe me, that gets old quick. What exactly are you suggesting, Lior? That we all go out and celebrate, of course. Things have been far too serious lately. We should let our hair down, literally and figuratively. And I take it that Ren disagrees. He just likes making me miserable. Say what you will, but I think he's right. We have more important things we should be doing than dancing. Oh, Frosty, you ruined me. What could possibly be more important than fun? If it's not important to you, Lior, we can put it to a vote. You turn the idea over in your mind. There hasn't been much time for dancing, true. Stalls and Ren make a good point. It's dangerous at worst, and dubious use of your time at best. But Lior really seems to have his heart set on it. And you haven't been to a human wedding in... well, have you ever? You're not even really sure what a wedding looks like. Nelphine don't get married. But they could. We could be the first. It could be fun to find out. We can think of it as a cultural experience. There we go. Perfect. See potential by experiencing this event. In the future, we will embrace this wedding ceremony. Oh, the Lyra's gonna have to take the lead because I can't dance for shits. And hello, India Tommy. Alright, everyone. If you believe we should attend this wedding, yes, wedding, then please raise your hand. We'll go with whatever the majority decides. Glyph's hand shoots straight in the air, but no other hands follow. He's like, you're all no fun, you're all boring as heck. Leo scans the group one by one, holding eye contact with anyone who dares look in his direction. Ren stares him down without shame. Emil and Percy simply look away. Greer somehow has disappeared. His cup still half full at his seat by the fire. He dipped. Leor's eyebrows furrow. His lip quivers. You can't help but liken him to a kicked puppy. And then his sad little eyes land on you. You want to come dancing with me, don't you, Celine? He barely gives you time to think before he's at your side. His warm hands on your arm. I bet you're a wonderful dancing partner, darling. There's no shame in it if you aren't. I'm an excellent teacher. You're faintly aware of Ren scoffing to your left, muttering about Lior's cheap tricks. But the warmth of his hand and the mirth of his smile are far more distracting. The silence drags on. Expectant eyes rest upon you. You want? Let's go have fun! Leo's right. The rest of you are no fun. You stick your hand in the air, waving your fingers at Ren and Stalls. Check me down in the knows how to have fun time column. Not that doesn't have a stick up their ass column. You can still have plenty of fun without something up your ass, Lior. Just name the time and place and I'll show you. I'm sure he knows something about I feel like he's been around, so. Oh, is that a promise? Cross my heart. Careful, Angel. Too much talk like that and I'll be ditching the party to keep you all to myself. And who said that wasn't my intention from the start, Bard?
Ooh, you are dangerous, aren't you?
Maybe I am, but I have a feeling you like that about me.
Maybe I do. Are you quite done? He's like, can you guys go somewhere else and do this? With or without Celine's vote, the majority is in your favor, Lior. You don't say. The group has decided then, we'll stay at camp.
How thrilling. We could still have drinks here, couldn't we?
An excellent point. There's nothing stopping us from celebrating here. We could even dance if you insist on it.
No offense intended, Frosty, but I'd take my chances dancing with Ren before I dared partner up with you.
I mean, the group generally, Lior.
I'm not suggesting the two of us dance together.
Thank the stars.
I'll take what I can get, I suppose.
He gives your arm a quick squeeze.
Flashing a slightly sulky smile your way.
I appreciate you trying, Angel.
It's not your fault this camp is full of idiots who hate joy, fun, and music.
If you wanted to play some music, we won't object, Lior. And reward you bums with my songs? I think not.
Are we gonna sneak out and go to the wedding?
Maybe we should.
It depends on how far away it is, though. Like, if it's a day's trek, then maybe not the best idea, but if it's just like an hour away, we could probably come back before anyone notices, maybe? No, they probably wouldn't notice, but you know, it wouldn't be far away, so. Despite all his sulking, Lior does end up playing a few songs. Drawn to an audience like a moth to a flame. The evening passes in a mellow dance of drink and companionship. Ren still stubbornly refuses to dance, even when Lior bursts into an improvised song about his alleged two left feet. Cliff attempts to teach everyone a folk dance from his home, but most of the camp refuse to play along.
Aw.
Those who feel brave enough are quickly left in the dust by Glyph's fast-paced movements. Eventually, Greer returns with an uncorked bottle of wine from somewhere, and reluctantly pours everyone a glass. It's like Glyph is doing this really intense choreographed dance or something. The stars insist Lior only has a sip. Last time's incident had not been quickly forgotten. Some things you just can't unsee. I want to see this thing that we can't unsee. You spend most of your evening? I'm more of the observing type. But I suppose if Lior asked me to dance, then I would dance. But only then. There's a unique kind of entertainment that comes from watching your campmates bicker and squabble, seeing friendships grow and distrust flourish. You make yourself comfortable at the edge of the camp, getting yourself ready for a long evening of people watching. And it seems like you aren't the only one with that idea. Emil sits tucked away from the action, his head slightly bobbing to the music playing. Stiles is nowhere to be found. You can only imagine he's already tucked himself into bed with whatever book he's currently reading.
Rare seems to be drinking something. Definitely not the bottle of wine he shared with the others earlier. But you won't put it past him to have kept a secret stash just for himself. Lior, for all his complaining, seems to be having a bunch of fun. Of his own kind, leaning up against Ren in between songs and chattering about something or other. Ren might be having fun as well. But it also looks like steam is about to start blowing out of his ears. It's hard to tell with those two. A level of curiosity takes you, and you edge closer to try to catch an earful of the conversation. This plan is ridiculous, and I will have no further part in it. You break my heart, big guy. I can't leave you high and dry after all the help you've given me. I need no reward. I'm not a child. Your outing will be all the better without me. There's no need for a third wheel. And who said you'd be a third wheel? We can make a delightful three-way, you, Celine, and I. Trio, it's called a trio, you are. A threesome is a completely different thing. Oh, what did I say? You cough politely, and Ren goes rigid where he sits. Lior simply smiles, tilting his head in your direction. Oh, speak of the angel. Are you having fun, darling? Yes, I suppose so. Lior stands, resting a hand on Ren's shoulder and giving it a gentle squeeze. You know, I really don't blame Lior. By his reactions, he looks like he'd be so much fun to bother. His embarrassed face is very amusing. It's wholly ineffective. Every muscle in Ren's body seems to be tensed up. You watch the bard try to swallow his laughter as he switches to gently patting him instead. I'm glad. It's about time I played another song, I think. He flounces past you with a wink, lifting his hand to say goodbye. Ren, darling, I'll bring you back a souvenir. Utterly lost, your gaze slowly turns to Ren. He hasn't moved an inch since she made your presence known, and he still stubbornly refuses to look you in the eye. You don't think you'll get much out of him, but it could be worth a try. What was that? Please don't ask. But eventually, as all things must, the evening draws to a close. You bid your farewells to the few remaining partygoers still standing around the fire, and prepare yourself for bed. It feels good to tuck yourself in, letting your muscles relax and your mind wander. Today had already been an unusual ride. What will tomorrow bring? You look forward to finding out. If you turn out to be a ridiculously heavy sleeper, this is going to ruin my whole plan, and I'll be quite upset about it. What? Ah, perfect. Good morning, Angel. Lior, is something wrong? You try to sit up, rubbing sleep from your eyes. You can't have been out for very long. It's still dark outside. Lior taps his index finger against his lips, which does nothing to ease your growing nerves. You know, for his own sake, I hope it hasn't been very long since we slept. Because it's not going to turn out well for him if he interrupted our sleep, like, 4 hours in. Or 3. Either way, if you're getting me up, at least let me sleep a long time, or let me sleep barely. Did something attack in the nights? You didn't hear a commotion. Maybe the others were taken? Everyone else is sleeping. It's all right. Oh. Well, that's good. Then why am I awake? It was really quite sad that we'd had to miss the party, but fair is fair. The camp voted against a lot of us going. You blink slowly, trying to piece together the information in your sleep-addled mind. You have no idea where this is going. But nobody said anything about just two of us going, did they? We're quite lucky, really. The city celebrations are known for well lasting into the morning. We'll be late, naturally, but fashionably so. You woke me up to sneak out to a party? Yes? Your mind wanders back to the evening. All the secretive smells and odd turns of face that had left you wondering suddenly made a lot more sense. Were you planning this all night? From the moment Styles suggested a vote. You don't know what it is. The absurdity, the childishness, the pettiness of it all. But you can't help the breathy laugh that escapes you. I should have known. When have you ever listened to Styles? He smothers his laughter with his hand, nodding. You've got him nailed. Really, I can't help myself. The moment someone tries to tell me what to do, I find myself doing the opposite. I'm guessing you have some kind of plan? Of course I do. I spent the better part of the evening seething and scheming. I can't take all the credit, however. Oh? Ren offered to help me after a modest amount of prodding, begging, and blackmail. I think it's mostly the blackmail that had him help us. Him. But, you know. We'll just pretend it isn't. Of course he did. He's kindly offered to escort us to the city, more or less. He'll keep an eye out for a return as well. I did offer for him to join us, but he refused. So it'll just be the two of us for tonight. Well, that's if you want to come, of course. You do want to come, don't you? You're not like the rest of these snores. Well, I'm up, so you might as well, so... Why not? I'm awake now. Might as well stay up a little longer. Lior's face flashes with a complicated mix of emotions. After an uncharacteristically awkward pause, he sighs. I should have told you earlier in the evening. It was inconsiderate of me to ask you now after I've already woken you up. It kind of was, honestly. But we'll go and have fun with him. You never know what kind of fun, but we'll go have fun. I'm sorry, Angel. I'm not displeased. It'll still be fun to see you in your elements. Lior grins, equal parts relieved and thrilled. There's a wicked look in his eye that makes your eyebrows raise. I can keep you out of trouble while we're there. I suppose that's only fair. I'll be on my best behavior, just for you. It doesn't take long to gather up the things you need. You sleepy limbs try to slow you down, but Lior picks up the slack. Aw, thank you. You make an efficient team, as you quickly pack necessities into a small bag. Lior kneels to slip your sandals onto your feet, fastening clasped snugly. It's only when he makes a silly comment about liking the view from down there that you realize it would have been smarter to swap the jobs around. He leads you out past the others' tents, pausing with a small gasp when you're gently snoring inside, stops to share a nervous grin with you. There's an undeniable thrill to sneaking out at nights. You feel your heart beating wildly inside your chest. Like, I've never snuck out at night, but I do wonder what it would be like. I think I'd be too scared to sneak out at nights. I'm kind of a coward that way. Yes, bad boy Lior. We probably should have known to, you know, put our own sandals on. It's really not too much of a surprise. It happened like that. I mean, you could have taken it somewhere else, but... No, we're going to a party. We don't have time for that. Maybe after. But the snoring resumes, and you sneak out past where Ren waits for you in the forest edge. There. Acceptable work. Let's go. Need some water. You aren't quite sure what Lior was expecting, bringing Ren along for as a glorified bodyguard. But you're pretty sure it wasn't this. I won't be there to accompany you for the festivities, so I expect you both to be on your best behavior. It may be an open invitation, but it's still a wedding. I don't want to hear about any thefts, arrests, or someone running off with the bride. Ren glances pointedly at Lior. I mean it. I can make sure you get there and back safely, but don't count me to bust you out of jail if you do something ridiculous. At the very least, I'll make sure he doesn't steal the bride. I can't say that the bride might fall for him. I have no control over that. But I can at least make sure he doesn't steal a bride and runs away with her. Because he would get a punch in the face if he did. It goes without saying that you shouldn't have any more drink tonight. Neither me nor Ray will carry you home should you fall asleep drunk in public again. Drinking in camp was already a risk considering what had been planned, and I doubt its effects have completely worn off yet, and... Ren, darling? Oh, hello, Farah. Ooh, good job. Yes? Typically in my fantasies, the ones where you whisk me off into the woods in the dead of night, You do a lot less talking. I didn't know he had those kinds of fantasies. But you know, go for it. Now that's more like it. Must you do this in front of Celine? True, my fantasies don't typically have you watching from the sidelines, Angel. Thank you. Usually you're joining in. He really should have seen that coming. He sighs deeply, and Lior tosses a wink your way for good measure. Now, this is more along the lines of what you were expecting. Ren's ever-present exasperation. Lior tossing out flirty lines at anything that moves. You feel amused. Lior always seems to know the right things to say to get someone squirming, and Ren falls into his trap over and over again. It cracks you up. You don't say. We have some time before we make it to the city. You should tell me all about these fantasies. Really, get to the juicy bits. I kind of agree. I kind of want to hear. Come on. Give me the good stuff. Give me all the tea. Lior's eyes light up as Ren pinches his brow. They both know exactly where this is going. I mean, I think we both know who's gonna be on top in this situation. But which one of us gets to be in the middle? Gets to be? I think you already shown your hand there, Angel. Not that I can blame you. The heart wants what it wants. And I don't think Ren would mind, right, big guy? I'm not picky, personally. I'm gonna leave you both here and tell Styles you were eaten by the wolves. I'm not hearing a no. He huffs but stays silent. You and Lior while away the journey with a slightly graphic debate about ideal fantasy three-ways. And for all his complaining, Ren never turns tail and leaves. I feel a little bad for Ren having to go through all this, but it's also really amusing. And I don't really blame Lior for playing with him like this, because it kind of seems like a blast. He even throws in a suggestion or two eventually, which leaves his face burning, the two of you hooting with laughter. With time, the forest trees begin to sparse. The grass path beneath you turns to soil, then to stone. And a chime of music in the distance rings in your ears. Ren hovers at the precipice, giving you both a firm nod. This is as far as I go. Have fun. Stay safe and be good. Make good choices! He sounds like a parent. He does. For a moment, you think Lior is going to wave him off with another tease, about always being good. But instead he smiles, takes Ren's arm, and squeezes gently. Thank you, darling. Get back safe. Thanks, Ren. Ren nods and turns to leave. Moments before he's out of earshot, Lior shouts, "Oh, and don't wait up, big guy. Somebody has to show the bride a good time." The soldier whips around, but Lior is already gone, beckoning you along with a wink. The city itself is beautifully decorated. The further you get into the heart of the city, the more extravagant it becomes. Citizens of varying levels of sobriety flit around like little birds. But beyond the dainty finery you see the barmen and the entertainers still hard at work. You wince at the thought of their aching backs and feet. Lior seems full of boundless energy. However, he loops an arm around you and grins. There's actually more here than I thought it would be. You sound excited. Of course I am. I have to wait ages for everyone to nod off. I was a little worried we missed all the fun. Didn't you say we'd be fashionably late? And we are!
What luck my guesswork paid off.
You shake your head, taking the momentary lapse in conversation to scan your surroundings. There's a number of stalls still open, selling all kinds of baubles, drinks, and delicious things. Live performers hug every street corner, juggling, swallowing swords, and breathing fire. You won't run out of things to do, at least. Tucked between competing stalls, you spot a woman applying what looks like paint to someone's face. Lior follows your gaze and snorts. Face painting. A time-honored tradition. Usually for children, though. I suppose there's a market for drunk adults all the same. Within moments, the man being painted spins around towards his friends. Something large and phallic painted on the side of his face. The woman grimaces, her art tarnished. The customer knows best! But that's what she has to keep repeating in her head. I don't suppose she gets many creative requests at this time of night. We could change that if you wanted to. Oh, I wish. But if we stumble home with clown paint all over our faces, I think the others might catch on to where we've been. Good point. That would be an embarrassing lecture. A shame, though. I used to love getting my face painted when I was a kid. You did it? Of course. I'd ask for all kinds of outlandish designs. Other kids wanted to be prettied up like a fairy or a princess. And I'd waddle over and ask them to paint my scales like a dragon. Oh. I bet that stood out in the crowd. Oh, it didn't adjust. Not that I ever minded standing out. I'd chase the other kids around pretending to breathe fire on them. Sometimes the kids would pick up their wooden swords and pretend to slay me. Would you still get the scales painted if we could? Probably. It's a classic. And I make a very pretty monster. What about you, Angel? He traces the slope of your face with his finger and grins. They could paint you some wings. A little on the nose, isn't it? That's half the fun. Not that it matters. You're pretty enough as you are. Oh, that's sweet. A sudden swelling of music gives you both a start. Turning away from the drunk cheering, you see a smattering of musicians on the street playing a wild, if slightly out-of-tune melody. Are they allowed to just start playing on the street like that? I wouldn't imagine it's a typical thing, but it is a party, and by the sounds of things, they aren't professionals. Be nice. Like, they might just be drunk, okay? I didn't mean it like that. Music is a wonderful skill to learn regardless of one's level of talent at it. You're making it worse. What I meant is that most of the hired musicians will be inside or set up on the stages, entertaining the nobles in their circles or paid crowds. I imagine there's an organized set list. A breakdown with full snacks and overly charged entry fee. But you can't keep music from the poor. That's a lesson they'll never learn. If they can't reach it, they'll have to make it themselves. You sound like you're speaking from experience. Oh no, quite the opposite. In fact, I never played the part of a poor, starving artist. My family were extremely supportive when I insisted music was what I set my heart on. Reluctant, perhaps, but always supportive. Oh, that's good. It's just... music is a force of nature in my mind. And untamable as the sea or sky. Not that it will ever stop people from trying to tame it, or stop it, or put a price on it. But they won't succeed. And that makes me happy. Every badly tuned note in an impromptu song is an act of love. What could be better than that? You're rather sentimental tonight, Leor. God, know it. I haven't even had anything to drink yet. Quick, distract me before I end up bubbling about the goddess goodness of songs again. Distract you? With what? Leor extends a hand, nodding in the direction of the musicians. People had begun to gather around them, dancing alone or with one another. Prepare to dance. You put your hand in his. Dancing is what he invited you to do out here to do after all. He pulls you toward the other dancers, close enough to not stand out, but with enough space to feel comfortable. You give his hand a gentle squeeze for consideration. He lets you position yourself as you please, following your lead instead of dictating the pace. You dance. Well, I'm gonna pretend we have style, even though we don't have style, but you know. Tonight we have style, okay? You know what dancing is? A performance of movement, typically as some kind of personal expression. And from what you have observed, dancers usually encourage others to dance as if no one is watching. And that is exactly what you intend to do. Oh my! Leor lets out a startled laugh as you throw your hands up in the air, letting your body move to the music however it deems fit. I'll admit, this wasn't quite what I was expecting. I'm dancing, aren't I? That you are. Aren't you going to join in? He doesn't hesitate after that, reaching out to take one of your hands and twirling you around. Leor dances with wild abandon. It's a stumpy, spinny mess of a dance, but the pair of you wear matching grins, breathless from laughter. As the song ends, he clumsily pulls you close, your bodies pressed together. You stumble and step on his foot, and he can't hold in his giggles, dropping his head against your shoulder. That was terrible. Indeed. Again? Naturally. After a few songs, the growing ache in your muscles and the need for fresh air and water is enough to have you both wandering away from the impromptu dance floor. You settle yourselves at the edge of the street corner, nursing flasks of dubious quality beverages, and watching the celebration unfold. I wonder if the others have noticed we're gone. I doubt it. I imagine they're all sweetly tucked into their beds, blissfully unaware. You think so? No, just wishful thinking. Even if nobody noticed our empty beds, I wouldn't put it past Ren to snitch. Betrayal from our closest confidants. He's a sweetie. It was nice of him to look out for us, but If Styles asks him where we were, he'll fold. I can feel it. You know, I never asked. What's your deal with him? Styles? Mm-hmm. You always kind of... how should I put it? Cold towards him. Admittedly, I doubt we will ever be best of friends. I don't know if we'll ever get along, even. Yes, but why? You get along with basically everyone we've ever met, Lior. You sweet. It's hard to explain, honestly. Styles just embodies a number of things I... He goes quiet. His gaze elsewhere. Lior, is everything okay? He lets out an abrupt, stolid laugh, pointing back to the dancers. Is that Greer? You try to follow his gaze, past the dancers and the musicians, to the street opposite where a man in a mask is tucking a very expensive-looking bottle in his bag. What is he doing here? Yelling booze, of course. Ah, but now we... Dang, we should have went to him to, sneak out with, too. But we can use this. We can use this as blackmail on him. Sorry, Greer, I love you, but you know. If we're getting in trouble, he's getting in trouble, okay? By the looks of it, stealing. Do you think he noticed us? Not yet. I shouldn't be surprised. Of course he snuck out here. Rude of him not to extend an invitation, really. Greer looks from his bottle smuggling, and catches sight of the two of you. His eyebrows shoot up at his hairline. And even though the fabric of his mask, you can see his jaw drop. Lior snorts, lifting up his arm to wave faintly. There's a moment of pause before Greer is stomping through the crowds of dancers toward you both. What are you doing here? I think we should ask the same of you, sailor. I take it you're enjoying the festivities? It's fine. I thought you two went to sleep. I did, for a bit. Then Lior snuck me out. I woke you up first. You make me sound like some midnight lurker. Of course you did. It's just the two of you, isn't it? I'm not gonna turn around and realize the whole camp is here and everybody changed their mind right after I left. Just us. But imagine! Chris sighs with relief, shoulders sagging. Right, good. I'll let you have your fun then. He turns to leave before hesitating, making a placating gesture with his hands. And of course, you know, I never saw you two. And you never saw me, yeah? You won't snitch? Well, they won't. I make no promises. Greer's eyes narrow, suspicious. I'll make a pretty thing for you. Done. I've never seen you before in my life. Pleasure doing business with you two. Or not. Don't know who you are. He vanishes back in the crowd with a wink. He's a fascinating little man, isn't he? That's one way to put it. You finish your drink and return the flask to their rightful owners. Lior bumps his elbow against stairs as you walk farther into the city. The night is still young, Angel. And after you were kind enough to entertain my dancing whims, it's only fair you pick the next activity. You know, even if, I don't think he'd have told on Greer anyway, because he'd be telling on us. That would be counterproductive. So... Your mind wanders, considering possible choices. And like Lior, you didn't come to the event with a plan in mind. You scan your surroundings, and eventually your eyes land upon... the food, because I'm actually kind of hungry. There are all manners of stalls still open selling things to eat, from full meals to little snacks. The allure of them has your mouth watering. Can we get something to eat? Oh, smart idea. It would be a waste not to try the goods. And also after all that dancing, I can imagine we're hungry. At the very least, I get hungry after I exert energy. You settle on getting some cute desserts from a store not too far away from where you're standing. Fruity pastries and hard-boiled sweets glitter at the displays. Ooh, pretty. And delicious. Pick whatever you want, Angel. Off with the bill. Oh, are you sure? It's a couple of puddings, I can hack it. Finding a free stretch of seating, you and Lior settle down. You start to split treats between you, but he coughs and pushes his half back toward you. Sorry, Angel, I should have said, I don't want anything. Do you not like sweets? Something like that. Guilt starts to build. You wish you'd gotten something you both liked. Oh, don't look at me like that, Angel. It's not that I dislike sweets, it's just... I'm gonna guess he's watching his figure. When I first started showing signs of my little power, I was still young and quite silly. My mother had bought these gorgeous tarts, and I desperately wanted one, but she said I had to wait until dinner. And I realized, if I simply made more of them, she never missed the ones I stolen. But it was almost dinner time, and I was starving, so I took another, and another, and another, and before I realized it, I'd eaten an entire tray. Oh dear. Oh dear indeed. Dinner came and I ate 2 tiny bites and vomited a bright purple black currants all over my mother's poor dinner. Shamefully, that wasn't the last time I did it either. It took about a year and 5 spoiled dinners for me to learn my lesson. Yeah, I'm gonna say, I feel like I'd probably do the same. Maybe not the throw up part, or though maybe, but who knows. But definitely the, eat all the pastries type parts and replace them so no one ever knew parts. You look down at the pretty pastry in your hands and giggle to yourself, imagining a tiny Lior caught purple-handed. I really can't look at those desserts the same after that. Part of me fears I'll uncover a secret glutton within me. One bite, and before I know it, I've eaten my way through the whole store. I think you just don't want to be sick again. Oh, you caught me. Cooked fruit turns my stomach like nothing else. A shame. Those tarts were delicious while they lasted. Leo regales you with stories of his troublemaking youth, while you eat, or at least while you try to. It's a struggle not to choke on crumbs while you splutter with laughter. You take turns picking activities after that, seeing as many of the city sights as you can cram into your nightly escapade. There's fine drinks to sample, musicians to marvel at, snacks to nibble at, and smatterings of dancers all over. It really is a shame that others didn't want to come. It's their loss, unfortunately. You can't force someone to have fun, though I have tried. Honestly, I wish we could stay longer. It would be fun to see what they had planned for the next few days. Welcome back, Vera. In my experience, the first night is always the best. By day 3, most people are too dead on their feet to be much fun. Okay, that makes sense, yeah, because it is a 24-hour party thing, right? Oh geez, you got some crazy guy trying to scam people? Oof. But nice you can go home early. I don't disagree though. This has been one of the best nights I've had in a long time. But there will be other parties, other events, other weddings. Once I even play music at a celebration being held for a noble lady's recent divorce. There's parties for divorces? I mean, I guess they could be. Why not? I take it she was pleased to be rid of him. Oh, she was thrilled. As I recall, she drank 2 bottles of wine and then kissed her lady-in-waiting. What I mean to say is that people will always find reason to celebrate. This night has been fun, but it doesn't have to be the last. Next time you hear about some open invitation festivities, you'll bring me along, right? Of course. We're partners in partying now, you and I. Even if it was an invite-only affair, I'd find a way to smuggle you inside. Already assuming you're on the guest list, huh? Of course I'd be on the guest list. It's me. You sputter out a laugh, turning away to discreetly roll your eyes. He's been this way for as long as you've known him. That cocksure confidence, that glibness, the tinge of humor in his every word. At times it's funny, at other times frustrating. But tonight, at least you're glad for his company. The night air is warm and welcoming, and only one question lingers. What next? You turn to Leor to ask, but it's his turn to pick the activity now. Even though you could put money on him asking for another turn on the dance floor. But he isn't there. You check around you to make sure he hasn't wandered off somewhere. But he's not by any of the market stalls. Oh god, he's gone to kidnap the bride, hasn't he? Maybe someone asked him to dance? You wander back to the groups of dancers, but there's no sign of his flashy clothes. Leroy isn't exactly easy to lose in a crowd, but now he's nowhere to be found. And you're alone. The night doesn't seem quite as welcoming anymore. The once bustling crowd now seems dangerous and imposing. You don't know this city. How to stars are you going to get home? You feel... Nervous. Definitely nervous. Yes, we are a girly. We have boobage. What if something happens to you while he's gone? What if something has already happened to him? You don't know what to do. How to make it better? Why didn't he say anything? And why didn't he call for help? What if something awful has happened? Your mind races a mile a minute with horrible possibilities. This is all a terrible idea. You want to close your eyes and wish it all away, like a bad dream. You're alone, and you don't know what to do about it. You shut your eyes. You take a moment to steel yourself, calm your breathing, and sort through your thoughts. Anything to make the situation a little clearer. Figure out what you're going to do. But you're in the middle of a festival. Still, that fact itself makes it frustratingly clear. People knock into you. Everyone's chatter and laughter is too loud, interrupting your pacing thoughts. We might have also had just too much to drink. That also interrupts thoughts. Then all of a sudden, you feel warm hands wrap around yours. You hadn't even realized your fists were clenched. Your eyes fly open. Lior, where the fuck were you? Let's take a walk, Angel. He steers you out of the busy streets without another word. You want to prod him for answers right there in the middle of the open road, but you can't find your voice. Together, you walk out of the heart of the city. Gradually, the thick crowd becomes solo stragglers, the surrounding music a distant melody. Eventually, he tugs you onto an empty road in the outskirts. You strain your ears, but you can only hear the faintest hum of chatter far away. You open your mouth to speak, but Lior gets there first. Oh, you're alright. You left me. Alone. In the city I don't know. I did. That was a silly question. I'm sorry. Why? I thought we were having a nice time. We were. I mean, I am, even. Though I know you can't exactly stay the same now. But then why just run off? Where did you even go? I saw something that I thought you would like. Why not just tell me? I was about to say, you could have just been like, hey, give me a moment, I'll be right back. And then ran off to, look at the thing. At least we would have known where he was. And that we weren't abandoned. He could have handled this so much better. I wanted it to be a surprise. Thank you for coming all this way with me. I figured it would only take a few seconds. You wouldn't even notice I was gone. I was wrong. It took a little longer to procure than I thought. He laughs, embarrassed, and gently plucks something out of his pocket. Flower. It's for the drama effect. I hope you'll still take it. I didn't mean this hour or evening. With a flourish, Lior presents you a perfect pink peony. You see, as we were walking, I spotted the very bride this festival is for, talking to the city folk, doing the rounds, so to speak. And she had this gorgeous bouquet with her marvelous flowers. The woman has taste. I'd made up my mind before I had time to think it through. I simply had to bring you one of those flowers. We're better to flower than the actual bride. You deserved a whole blessed bouquet, of course, but I didn't fancy my chances with that. You stole one of the bride's flowers from me? Stole is such a strong word. No, I simply struck up a conversation with her. Told her I'd come to this beautiful celebration of love with an utter sweetheart, that I was just so desperate to show them how much I cared for them. I had spent all my money bringing them here, and now I was simply penniless. And how could I possibly face my sweetheart at such an event empty-handed? She positively swooned over my story, almost tripped over herself to offer me a flower out of her bouquet. You conned the bride? It is barely a con. He exaggerated the story. She gave it willingly, okay? It's barely a con. I'm here with an utter sweetheart whom I value deeply. No word is a lie. You're a fool. A wicked one, no less. Tricking the bride with my pretty words just to impress you with a flower. I feel like a schoolboy again. You did this often? You trick brides often, do you? No, this trick was just for you. You reach out to take the flower from his hand, and Lior beams from ear to ear. What do you say? It's beautiful. Can I say both you're lucky and it's beautiful? The flower is beautiful. Thank you, Lior. Really. It's nothing. I wanted to make you smile, and I fear I did quite the opposite. You smile on reflex, and he laughs, whipping mock sweat from his brow. Ah, there it is. You have a beautiful smile, Celine. I don't think I remind you that enough. Oh. Embarrassment is a cute look on you too, of course. Now you're just teasing me. And after you so readily forgave me too, I am a wicked man. I like you as you are, wicked or not. He sighs fondly, turning his face toward the sky. The stars twinkle gleefully. You are many things, Angel. An excellent dancing partner, a pretty face, a witty conversationalist. But most importantly, you are unabashedly yourself. I will treasure the days we spend together always. Hopefully there will be many more of them to come. Ah, I could toast to that. But it's getting late. Or should I say early? If we stay much longer, we'll end up back in camp after sunrise. It's time to go already? We can't put off tomorrow forever. Stars know I've tried. Though I'm sure there's plenty of mischief we can find ourselves in on the way home. I think we're more likely to get trouble back in camp than on the road. Do you have a plan to sneak back in? Not in the slightest. The walk back to camp is full of quiet revelry. As much as leaving the celebration behind is bittersweet, neither of you can deny the sleepiness dragging at your heels. It's been a long, eventful night, Lior fills the silence with potential songs about your escapades tonight, listing out lyrics and then weaseling you for your opinion. What about the sweet angel dance? Had the crown in trance, for the dainty white skirt had blown skywards. Stop writing lyrics about my arse. But the walk is admirably peaceful. You find yourself looking forward to your bedroll more and more with every step. And though he doesn't admit it, there's a telling slump in Leo's shoulders that tells you he feels the same. You even spot him trying to stifle a yawn. Scandalous. Camp is a welcome sight. Lior insists on walking you back to your tents, even though his bed isn't more than a few feet away. Do you want me back to my tent for an excuse to stretch the night out a little longer? Maybe. Can you blame me? No, it's been a good night. That it has. Lior rests his hand upon your arm and gives it a gentle squeeze. His eyes are warm and inviting. A gentle, unknown feeling washes over you. The feeling that something is about to happen lingers in the air, unspoken. Until a loud, abrupt cough cuts through the atmosphere like a hot knife. What sort of time do you call this? Shit. You incline to agree. Good evening? It's the middle of the night. Where have you two been? We were just taking a walk. It's nothing. Don't worry. We just lost track of time, you know? It hasn't been that long. Our tents? Try again. Lior glances at you pleadingly. You can fix this, but how? Lie! Lior glances at you pleadingly. You can fix this, but how? Lie! Not that it is particularly your place to ask, but I was having trouble sleeping. It is still an unknown process to me, trying to sleep in your realm, and I often struggle with both the act of it and the dreams that may follow. It seems I'm prone to these nightmares, as you call them. My dreams are at times lucid, but the feelings of stress in them remain. Tonight I found myself unable to get adequate rest, so I sought help. Lior was kind enough to lend me his time and company. Even his raunchy joke of trying to tire me out with his body helped me put at ease. Stahl's eyes all go soft at the edges. His smile becomes sad. You know, I'm intimately familiar with dreams, yes? I could easily soothe them for you. All you have to do is ask. I didn't want to wake you, but perhaps I'll take you up on that offer in the future. For the time being, however, Lior was satisfactory company. What a glowing review. You're welcome. Next time I expect more lullabies. Want me to tuck you in too? Give you a kiss on the forehead? It would be an acceptable addition to your subpar bedtime behaviors. Subpar? I believe we've gotten off topic. Right. Thank you for your concern, Styles. Apologies for waking you. No need. I hope you managed to get some rest. Sleep well, both of you. Styles slips back into his tent, thoroughly convinced. Lior gives you a wide-eyed glance before laughing in disbelief. I'm glad that worked, so... Sorry, Styles, for lying, but, you know... I don't have any regrets, so... It worked like a charm angel. I can't believe you tricked him so easily. Styles is a reasonable man. I simply appeal to his better judgments. He isn't the type to admonish someone for seeking help. When you put it like that, I almost feel bad for tricking him. Almost. My desire to not get told off far outweighs it, of course. No, really, subpar? I could do far better than that. It was more believable that way. Styles would have caught on if I started singing your praises. Still, a little bit goes a long way, Angel. You could have said it was good enough or perfectly adequate, and he would have believed you just fine. You called me subpar on purpose. You want me to reevaluate? Then you just have to prove me wrong. Uh-huh. If you want me to tuck you in and sing you lullabies, all you have to do is ask. Minus 2 points for the nosiness. Hey, nosiness. You didn't tell me you were already snoring. Scoring? Gentle laughter peters off into the warm silence of the evening. You take a moment to enjoy the little things. Leo's gentle breathing, the rustling of leaves in the warm breeze, a distant snore from the scattering of tents. That sense of something, anticipation perhaps, fills you once again in the restored calmness of the night. Your bed beckons, but you linger at your tent's entrance for a moment more. Leo smiles, taking full advantage of your momentary hesitance, to beckon you down toward him. You tilt your head, half expecting him to whisper another silly joke, or inconvenient scheme. It wouldn't be unlike him to try to drag the evening out a little longer. Instead, he gently leans his forehead against your own, closing his eyes and humming slightly. His warm hand cups your cheek. After a moment, he steps away, clears his throat, and gives you an odd smile. That was how we said goodnight at home. I haven't done it in years, but it felt right. Oh. He waves as he turns to leave, still smiling to himself. Nighty-night, Angel. Good night, Leor. When you tuck yourself into bed that night, your body feels light despite the ache in your feet. The peony sits safely on one of your clay drinking cups, the stem submerged in water. Your last thoughts as you drift off to sleep are filled with flowers and the distant chime of music. There we go! Alright, and that's gonna be it for tonight. So there is one more, but I'll leave that to be played by you guys, and 4 more coming. They said I think they said by Wednesday two more of the routes would be out, and by August 1st, the last 2 will be out. So. Goodney. Anyway, main menu. That was Rectifier and Bloom. Cute little stories. I like both of those. I like both Greer and Leor. Leor's very fun. I love the way he like how he acts with Ren. I love the interaction between them. It's very amusing. And Greer is actually like a real sweetheart. He definitely does have a heart of gold, as you say. But yes, that is gonna be it. Ooh, excuse me. Yawning. Yep, it's 12:34, so I'm gonna be heading out and going to bed. We're actually probably getting something to eat first, but you know, I'm hungry. Me get the schedule up. Here we go. So tomorrow we're gonna be playing Twisted Wonderland, the Savannah events, and then Friday, we're playing another indie game, Semper Est, with Sen, doing an interview with them as well, like we did today. And then Saturday I'll be playing the newest updates in Love and Deep Space. So that's the plan for this week. I'll also probably get myself some tea because my cramps are kind of being a bitch. But that's my problem. So yes, go ahead and give the game a little try. If there's a particular route you want to play that's not out, it'll be out pretty soon. So, like I said, I'm really curious about Percy. because mainly because of how he acted in Greer's little roots. And just, you know, the way his character is in general. I'm just really curious to see how his route will play out. But he's to be the last one to be released, so I'll have to wait. But yes, give it a try. Give it a review. And keep an eye out for the full game, which is still being made, it's still being worked on. So it won't be out soon, but you know, keep it in the back of your mind and anticipate for when it does come out. Because they did kind of like what's the word? Words are hard. Imply things like in Greer's roots, they implied that there's someone chasing them, or that they're in danger. So, and yeah, I'm excited to see when full game is released to see how everything came to be, I guess. But until then, play the games as they're released and get to know the characters a little more. Enjoy the little stories that are here in Rectifier and Bloom. So yes, with that, I'm gonna end it. And I will see you again tomorrow for Twisted Wonderland. And yeah. I'm so bad at ending these things. Anyway, yes, that is gonna be it.
I forget how to stream. Away for 2 weeks and I forget how to do everything. I know, I just need to get back into the groove of things. But yes, thank you for coming by, and thank you for everyone who came by for the interview, and everyone who stayed for the gameplay. And again, thank you to the creator, Meant to Be Studios, for coming on by and doing the interview. I hope to have more things like that in the future. I'll be working on making that a reality. Maybe even interviewing other voice actors. That's something I've actually considered. So just to get a perspective of them as the on their how they see visual novels, or how, yeah, words. I thought about it, but yeah. Might happen, may not happen, who knows. For now, I'll just focus on interviews with game devs and whatnot. But yes, again, thanks for coming by. Hope you had fun. Hope you enjoyed yourself. And I hope to see you again. Alright. Well, everyone have a nice night, morning, evening, afternoon. And, don't sneak out at night, it's not good. You do whatever you want to do, won't you? Fine, if you sneak out, don't get caught, okay? Hey, bye. Don't tell your parents I said that, okay?